Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please. Hello, everybody. This is BESTSPY live trading. Today is September 2nd, 2025. We're live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cycle analysis, pivot point analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the wind direction, trend direction. The market is opening in 45 seconds. A quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situations. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. The market is opening in 25 seconds. The news we have overnight is Dow futures tumble 400 points to start September amid new tariff news, as well as we have President Trump coming live with major news at 2 p.m. The market opening in 5 seconds. We are at 637.44 on SPY. QQQ 560 pushing south, trying. Time is 9:30. Pre-market being tested on QQQ. It is so bearish right at open. Time is 9:30. Morning open. So every bear is at max party status at the moment. We are at 560 on QQQ, 636 on SPY. Pre-market low being broken on QQQ, not SPY. Let's go take a look at SPX open. SPX open and gap down. We have a double gap above today. We are probably gap filling this. We are at 6,337 immediately. That is crazy. That is a crazy drop. Okay, morning open. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Chris, Ty. Time is 9:31. POC on QQQ. They're so bearish right now. Not in. $9.30 bounce trying at 9:31. Let's see if it holds into 9:35, signifying 9:33, signifying 9:35. QQQ bounce trying at 9:31 at the midpoint of the drop. Possibly QQQ and SPY has a different MACD volume growing. Different MACD volume growing. 9:35 in 2 seconds. Time is 9:35. We have 68 people coming in, more and more. Let's hit the like buttons in the morning as you come in. Good morning, everybody. The wind direction is south showing on QQQ and SPY, but the premiums are so jacked up right now. The VIX is super spiked. I am letting a cycle or two build. Let's go look at the VIX. Volatility index says we are at 19. We were at 15 on Friday, right? We gapped up and pushed up, looks like. Gapped up and pushed up. There is a possible bounce trying on SPY and QQQ with a divergence on the floor. QQQ is bouncing. The bulls are coming in off of 930 on QQQ. The bulls are coming in at 935 into 935 trying on SPY. Okay, we need to let the market decide and evaluate. 935 deciding what to do, whether to break the high of the 930, whether to reject that 935 into 940, and then to pull back into go long, or to try for the floor again. This is morning cycle, so everything is super fast. Remember that. The QQQ is killing the MACD bearish, testing the roof. That's what it is. SPY is not. If somebody, right, held puts over the weekend, you basically championed, even with the you know what I mean, the good news coming out after market close. It came out at 6 or 7 p.m., right? The presidential the Trump tariffs are mostly ruled illegal, and the market still pushed down, with the UK and the London and the the European bonds going lower, or sorry, way higher, and the market going way lower. This is a 935 bounce trying. HOD is breaking. Wind direction is trying north on QQQ. SPY at the midpoint. Bear trap trying now. This might be a entry at 930 into 935. They might go a little bit more for a minute or two. Okay. I'm going to go long in a pullback if there is a pullback. If not, I'm going to wait. The QQQ HOD just broke. So this is a 930 and a 934. Bouncing into 935. Wind direction is north on QQQ. The wind direction is south on SPY, about to flip north if it truly does. Time is still 9:35. The wind direction was south on QQQ from pre-market into 9:30. The wind is north from 9:30 to 9:35. The wind was north from 9:30 to 9:30. The wind was south from 9:30 to 9:30. The wind is north. So the wind is north or neutral from 9:30 to 9:35 at the minimum on SPY. The MACD volume dying bearish. QQQ at high of the day. We might see a pullback and then a confirmation to go long. We might see a pullback and then a game. I don't know. This is HOD. This is also morning cycles. There's somewhere long down here with a divergence. I just did not take it. Time is 9:35, 9:37 in 16 seconds. 9:40. $9.40 is here. This might be 9:35 into 9:40 now. 9:35 somewhere here into 9:40. We will mark the low of the day, high of the day. Pivot point 1, pivot point 2. Time is 9:40 and QQQ is still trying to go north. SPY is at the middle. We have to look at what IWM is doing real quick now in a second. LOD HOD. The roof is being tested on SPY. The roof already broke on QQQ. Let's go look at IWM. Okay, IWM trying to be bullish. Time is 9:40. MACD is slightly coming bullish on QQQ. The 5-minute candle says We created one big red doji candle underneath the POC. We are trying a bullish run with the 5-minute MACD, trying one candle bullish. Time is 9:40 still into 9:42. QQQ pushing ever slight slow higher. We did not break the roof on SPY. We did not. Pull back off of 940, trying at 938 into 940. 940 gonna decide what to do into 945. The cycles are slowly building. Cycles are slowly building. QQQ is pulling back off of the high of the day. The wind direction is mixed officially. The pulling back bullish on SPY. QQQ still holding up. QQQ still holding up. Time is 9:40. Time is 9:40. I don't know if they're barcoding here. I don't know if they're retesting the floor, but QQQ still looks bullish. So, you know, things are very mixed right now. It's the best way I could put it. Everyone's confused too. There has to be a setup, better setup most likely. 940, pull back into 940, trying to go higher or something on QQQ. MACD still coming in bullish or testing the roof. SPY looking really bad. I don't know what's going on with SPY compared to QQQ. IWM was looking okay too, but we are channeling downwards with pre-market basically for now on SPY. We are forming some sort of a channel, whether we break out or not here. It is trying. QQQ is going higher. 940 bounce into 940 itself coming. Okay, SPY going. I think I'm gonna go in real quick. Okay, real quick 1K call. I know I might be super late, but this is roof testing. Okay, I'm in for 1K right now. SPY calls. Risk is there. 940 pullback trying as well. Fake out, breakout trying. And it's trying to dump. If this continues for one more minute, I'll leave, but it's happening super fast now. MACD is really bad. It's a dump, most likely now. This could be 940 confirmation to go lower into 945 or something, but they could have extended the cycle to go lower later in like 5 or 10 minutes. It really depends on what happens right here, but this is looking like a bull trap now, or a pullback. Time is 9:45. 9:45. Pulled back from 9:40. I think I'm gonna leave. I don't want to get trapped, so cycles are very scary right now. MACD is looking really bad on SPY. I'm gonna leave right now. $860. The risk is absolute right now. QQQ is that high today. There's no confirmation, anything basically. No confirmation to long, no confirmation to short. If you kind of see the pattern, they're just building still. That's a crazy risk if they go test the floor and they continue to break again. So POC on SPY. There's 2 p.m. major news coming out, so honestly, it might be a little bit okay to be patient. It might be a Chopfest until then. A QQQ already went bullish at 9:30 into 9:40, and then 9:40 is doing some sort of a pullback. We're doing some sort of cycle here, and nobody knows what's going on. And the MACD is coming in bullish, but it's looking weird. Candles are, not confirmation short and not confirmation long, just in between everything, in between the wedge of everything. So the risk is absolute right now. I might just chop, and then go a little bit later too. But yeah, we literally went up $1. $1. I was thinking on roof break real quick and then leave, but yeah, no, not even. 9:45 time is 9:40 and 9:40. Okay, there might be an algo range here. That's what's going on probably right now. I think there's an algo range of some sort right now going on. And they're fighting like absolute. The bears and the bulls are fighting like absolute. Because if you kind of see the time right here, it's a rejection at 9:38, signifying 9:40. It's a bounce at 9:40. So, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Morning cycle, creating a range, playing in between everything. Time is 9:45. The risk is there for puts and calls, basically. And there's no confirmation, anything. It's just in between everything. Getting everyone ready for something is most likely happening. We have 127 people watching. Let's hit the like button so we can get more people coming in. QQQ is trying to bounce off a POC. 9:40 bounce trying. 9:40 rejection. 9:45. 9:40 bounce trying at 9:45. The big doji candle on SPY. Big doji candle on SPY. $9.46, $9.50 coming in 1 minute. So they're making it very hard to long or basically short right now. You know what I mean? They're doing super fast. They're doing confusions. Different, cycles, divergences happening. HOD breaking into 9:45, 9:50. The bulls are coming. It's just they're making it super hard to hold. Bulls are coming. All right, still QQQ is going higher into 9:45, 9:50 in 23 seconds. I think there's also a range here on QQQ right now, but it just looks like we're breaking HOD. It looks like we're about to run. It looks like we're breaking. It looks like we're running because of, the range. It is breaking out on QQQ, but it's just the range. 950 is here. So 945 bounced into 945 and 950 here. 950 is inside the 945 candle still. Alright, they're making it very confusing, which is what we talked about in the WhatsApp group. After a massive move up or down, it is pretty confusing unless you get the cycles and the things right perfectly. The bearish coming, 950 time is, and they're trying to break or test that low the algo range coming. 940 rejection. This might be best safe exit at 946, hypothetically speaking, if they confirmation reject here. This is 945. Technically speaking, confirmation to go lower. Okay, technically speaking, this is confirmation to go lower now. Algo range. Algo range. Crazy candles coming now. Alright, there's 945 rejection into 950 and 950 bouncing, and time is 948. This is pretty hard to trade. I'm not gonna lie. You gotta be in and out, in and out. Candles are humongous. Candles are humongous. Time is 9:50. Right, make it look like bearish and then make it look like bullish, and now bears coming, bulls are coming, everybody's stuck, right? And time is 9:50 and they're retesting the top of the algo range in 1 single minute. High of the day is still at 9:50. QQQ. 5-minute candle coming in bullish. The 1-minute candle looks just trappy. So they're going higher and higher and higher. It's just every single time they're pulling back from the top, and every single time they pull back with a big red candle, they go higher with a bigger green candle. Algo range being played like big time, so that people that go long here can't make money, people that go short here can't make money. Only people that literally go from the bottom to the top, top to the bottom, make money real quick and they leave. Time is 9:49, 9:50. High today breaking on 9:50. Okay, the bulls are coming now. Officially, wind is truly north. And they're just, I literally said they're going to take a sweet ass time, but yeah, that was the pullback. And this big red candle at 9:47, 9:50 into 9:55, most likely 9:50. Okay, wind direction is north. Wind direction is north. They're going to run this thing into 9:53 possibly. High today 9:50 now, running into 9:55. Coming in crazy bullish now on QQQ and SPY. $9.50. Now showing us and they're actually running this thing. I am not in. I don't want to run it to 9:53. This could stand as a 9:55, 9:45, and then this could be 9:50 as well. So I'm not going. Time is 9:51. I'm running it bull side. Calls are coming alive from market open now. 9:51. 638.75. 638.82. That is a severe bear trap in the morning now. Severe bear trap in the morning. Ran into 9:51. Let's see if we get some sort of cycle here at the roof. This could signify 9:50 and then 9:50, or it could signify 9:45 into 9:50 as well. So we'll see. 9:53 in 38 seconds. MACD came out of nowhere on SPY. QQQ was building. Liquidity to go higher. Nice. Chris had booked 100% on IWM. Venkat said book profits and calls. Steven said still in calls, probably to 9 somewhere, 53 targeting. Stopped out at top. Nice. Time is 9:55, 9:53 at the roof. $9.55 this is. So this is 9:50 into 9:55 officially. High today, 9:55 on SPY, has made it. This is 9:45 into 9:50. And then 955 high today. This is no confirmation shorting. Even if they pull back, there's a cycle being created. That is it. High today, 955. There is no divergence on the floor. There is no divergence on the roof. That was one hell of a long though. Even after this big ass green candle, if you went somewhere here, that was one hell of a long, right? Somewhere at 950 even, 951. You rode that into 953. Now, I did not. I'm saying hypothetically, okay? I am not a financial advisor, guys. I do not recommend the blah blah blah. I'm just saying hypothetically speaking. 953 pullback trying, 955 pullback trying. Let's see if there's a cycle to confirm to go higher, if there's a cycle to confirm to stay at the roof, if there's a cycle to confirm to try something to go lower. I think there's a lot of bears trapped right now, so most likely hover or continuously go higher now. Okay, QQQ SPY. Time is 9:55. Bulls are still coming in crazy. Right. We are having some sort of a bull push still. Time is 9:55. High today being broken. Every single candle going higher. I'm not sure if they're about to nuke out here or if this is a temptation candle. 9:55. Alright. MACD volume is very bullish. High today broke. At the minimum, there is no confirmation to short. That is what we know. At the minimum. 10 a.m. 2 minutes. Let's see what the U.S. economic report. 10 a.m. ISM manufacturing data coming out and construction spending data. 9:45 was S&P final U.S. manufacturing PMI. So 9:45 somewhere here, there was good data push at 9:45 into 9:50, 9:55 showing. Okay, 10 a.m. something coming. It looks like that is what is going on. 9:55 into 10. Time is 10. 9:55 into 10 happening. Slight pullback happening. Okay. I'm going to go in for 1K and 639 puts. The risk is severe, but I want to go in for 10 a.m. I think something's happening real quick. Time is 10 already. I'm up $100. A.m. There's no confirmation to short, absolutely at all. No confirmation to short. We are at the roof. There's a crap ton of bears stuck down there. This is still bullish. Officially, everything's staying north still. The MACDs are slightly pulling back, and there's data coming out at 10. That's literally it. So it's most likely a best safe exit if there's a massive red candle here or not. 25 seconds or a minute. And then it's going to bounce like crazy to confirm to go lower or higher. I joined at 1060 and I'm at 1140, 1160. Not much money. I'm about to take 100. Time is 10 a.m. Is stair stepping lower to go higher or what? QQQ. SPY. I'm about to leave into this red candle if it comes on SPY. QQQ is doing some weird ass shit. Time is 10 and 30 seconds. This data could be super bullish. You'll see a big ass red candle, a big ass green candle then in 18 seconds if that's true. (10 a.m. bounce trying, technically speaking. No confirmation. Fuck, big ass green candle coming. I'm gonna leave now. Okay, I'm gonna leave. 930. It's going super high now. 10 a.m. HOD. This is data. 10 a.m. This thing could push into 10:05. MACD coming in crazy bullish on SPY as well. Man, this could be the confirmation to go higher into 10:05. This could be a big green candle to fake out at HOD. Wind direction, everything is north. I did not sell. Time is 10. This data must be good. PMI and 10 a.m. candle coming, or came. (1060) to 1160 to hovering, and then literally instantly 800. Instantly 800. At least algo range being created at the roof now with 10 a.m. Algo range being created at 10. To go higher or lower later. It could not be as well. This is no confirmation shorting. They can go higher in 1 single minute into 10:05. They can go higher into 10:07, signifying 10:05. And it'll be 10 to 10:05. We're about to find out. High today. Created on that 10 a.m. candle. High today. Created on that 10 a.m. candle. There is a lot of SPX calls too right now. If you look at the SPX put to call ratio as of this moment too, that's why I'm thinking there's going to be some sort of a cycle, and then possibly test the roof again later is what I'm thinking as well. I don't think we're going to break the roof. I don't think we're going to go to POC, but I just think there's going to be some sort of cycle. Alright, QQQ. 10:05 time is. 10:05 deciding what to do after a 10 rejection. 10:05 deciding what to do. The wind is north or neutral since 10 at the minimum. There is no confirmation to short here at all. Absolutely at all. The confirmation has still been long, and it's been long since the news. No confirmation absolutely at all, other than the wind is officially north. The wind is showing north, and the wind still could be north. We could break the roof. We could test the roof again. We could create a divergence easily. This has been one single pullback, and it hasn't even been 10:05. This is bouncing at 10. So confusion cycle being created again. Confusion cycle being created. MACD coming in bearish on QQQ. SPY is still bullish. The 5-minute candle might be pulling back on QQQ way more than SPY. Not even pulling back. Not even pulling back basically. So we could retest somewhere here and then nuke up too. That's also true. Why there's so many bears trapped here probably as well in this small cycle. Time is 10:04, 10:05. I think we're about to break the algo range maybe. Time is 10 in 2 minutes. We're going down so slow. There's a lot of bears coming in now. They're making this shit so easy. Most likely a cycle gonna happen here. Most likely a cycle about to happen. This is USA ISM manufacturing prices for August, 63.7 versus 65.1 estimated. So came bullish. Time is 10:05 and the market is going lower from 10 to 10:05. 10 to 10:05 is here. One single cycle, no confirmation shorting. If somebody shorted at the tippy top of there, it's most likely a best safe exit. The thing's going to cycle and then confirm to go higher or lower. That's going to happen. I'm just saying the reality. I'm at break even. Most likely, I'm about to leave in a red candle if it comes, but it might not because there's already bears here trapped. QQQ went lower, SPY did not, meaning IWM or something is probably holding SPY up, then QQQ, rather than. Time is 10:10 and 28 seconds, 10:05 is bounce trying. Let's see if this candle holds for 20 seconds and closes into 10:07, or if this is a fake into 10:07, signifying 10:05. Looks like a fake to go a little bit lower into 10:05 coming for one more minute, and then there might be a bounce at 10:05 into 10:10. Most likely. This is controlled shit going on. So Algo range being tested now. We broke the algo range on QQQ, and we might easily go back up to it. This is how they get you to stay and get you fucked over basically. Time is 10:05, 10:10. This might, I don't know. I don't think there's a bounce at 10:10, but there's a bounce trying at 10:06, 10:07, which same low, signifying this is a 10:10 bounce, technically speaking. Okay, 10:10 bounce, technically trying at 10:07. 10:10 bounce, technically trying at 10:07. So extended cycle to go lower, more bears get involved, and then bounce trying into 10:15 most likely, or maybe not, and some sort of cycle coming here. We can't really call it because the MACD volume is just It could do either or. It's bearish, right? We could see a red candle. We could see a little bit lower. We could see a bounce at the 10:15 and a confirmation to go a little bit lower or to go break the roof, right? Nobody knows, but all we could do is look at the chart live and see what the candles show us into the next time checkpoint. There's barely any confirmations to go lower right now. They rejected at 10, bounced at 10 into 10:05, rejected at 10:05 into 10:10, and then now it's, yeah, all over the place. I'm still in. I have not left. Bottom of the algo range being tested. Time is 10:10. Now I'm trying to get a fake out breakdown somewhere exit. Fake out breakdown somewhere exit. But not much. Breakout, breakdown coming. Or maybe that was a fake down breakout exit. Fake down breakdown exit at 10:10. 10:10 bouncing. MACD trying to die. There may be a cycle here, honestly, or two. That is a crazy bounce right in the algo range. Bottom of the 10 a.m. algo range. It's exciting. 638.85. I'm still in. I have no money because I entered I literally entered at the beginning of the 10 a.m. almost. Not the end of the 10 a.m. Okay, if we draw out that 1/3, 2/3 on QQQ, there's some sort of cycle happening now as well. Right, 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 trying, and then small cycle happening. We don't know where that small cycle about to go, but it's literally only been one single. Basically, it's been 10 minutes, I was gonna say 5 minutes, but yeah. Ten bouncing at the 28 EMA and QQQ. 10 bouncing into 10:15 trying in 23 seconds. MACD pulling back bearish. That's also looking like a good entry for calls into 10:15 in one more minute, but yeah, we're about to see. This is cycle happening after they went a bit more lower and then cycled, so this could be an entire bear trap, or this could be a big momentum push to somewhere down here and then bounce again and go way higher. Time is 10:15. 10:15 is going higher on QQQ. 10:10 bounced into 10:13. Market is cycling, deciding what to do now. This is the confirmation to go higher or lower happening in front of our eyes. I'm stuck, but ain't big money. If they confirm to go lower, okay. I'm doubled right now. 1.8k, doubled down. Time is 10:15. This is a confirmation to go lower for 1 or 2 more candles. I'm gonna leave probably in 1 or 2 more candles. This shit looking so easy. Time is 10:15, 10:20 into 10:17. The risk is absolute too. We could see a tiny ass spike and then boom, right? Getting everyone. So the risk is absolute. The risk is tremendous. This could be a tiny confirmation to go lower into 10:20 as well, though. MACD might be helping to pull back. I might be wrong too. This could bounce here and then be a confirmation to go long too. You know what I mean? Nobody knows at the moment. Nobody knows at the moment. I think President Trump is live at 2 p.m. Or is it 1 p.m.? I thought it was 2 p.m. Washington D.C. time. So maybe 1 p.m. Standard Time, Central Time. Time is 10:20 in 40 seconds. Time is 10:20 in 40 seconds. Most likely, I think we're going to see a red candle, and then there's going to be a bounce, and there's going to be a confirmation to go long, is what I think. Okay? The bears are trying, and the 1 minute MACD coming in now. Okay, this is best safe exit, hypothetically speaking right now. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. I'm at 2.3k. I'm going to leave half right now. Okay, I'm out 1.1k. I have 7 left. I'm going to leave into 10:17 most likely here. I am out already half. Damn, that was a great spike. I'm leaving into a spike. That was 1,140 when that shit spiked, so fucking spike it. 1,150, let's go. Come on. Maybe these people are leaving into these spikes. These are nice spikes. Damn. 10, 15 bounce trying looks like at 10, 16 trying. Alright, they might not even go a little bit lower. They might bounce this shit here and we might nuke right now. 10, 20, 10, 20 in 15 seconds. So small cycles are building. 10, 20 is here. Fuck, I should have left everything. 10, 15 bouncing, trying into 10, 20. We are at the bottom of the Algo range. Bounce trying already. Right, there might be a crap ton of bears here. Bounce trying already. Time is 10:20, 10:17. Damn. I should have left everything. I'm still half. These damn landscapers, man. 10:17, 10:20 bounced into 10:17. Algo range breakdown. Back in the algo range. Bear traps now. In 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I left half at the bottom. I was trying to get another red candle or two. The other half. Most likely, if it tests here, I'm fucking leaving. There's a downward wedge creating right now. Right, unless they break out of it. That's what I see. So let's see if this shit holds or if we break out right now. If we break out right now and hold it, then that means all these bears are trapped. So let's see what happens. Let's do a poll. We have 160 people watching. Okay, who thinks this is gonna break out of the wedge and go higher into HOD? Who thinks this is gonna go a little bit lower and then do that? Okay, so the poll is this going higher or lower? Right now, from right now. Alright, the poll I did in the WhatsApp group. We have 3 different choices. You can answer in 2 different ways on YouTube. Time is 10:20. People are voting higher, higher, and then 2 people voting lower and then higher later, lower and then higher later. Good morning, Gifford. And then one nice said, how it breaks out. Lisa says higher, Ron lower, Captain higher, and then Agnes says lower, then breakout. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards right now too. I don't want to speculate, right? But like, they could literally bounce it right now too, and then just cycle in higher too. But I'm just saying. Why? It would burn the calls data wise, it would burn the puts, and then it would get more bears involved, and then maybe a bear trap. But it's already bounced already, so we'll see. Time is 10:20. Breakout, trying of the wedge. Right, smaller cycles are turning into bigger now. The bulls are coming back into 10:20. The 5-minute MACD says we have created a flag, and the 5-minute MACD is still bullish, so it could turn back on. It could turn back on. $10.20. 10.15 bounce into 10.20. 10.20 deciding what to do. The confirmation cycles are very confused, and it is showing both. We are at support, we're at resistance. $10.21, and the bulls are showing up, trying to show. It really looks like the 1-minute candles. The 5-minute candles might be coming in bullish as well. We are breaking out of the downward channel we created earlier. Alright, QQQ went lower from 10 to 10.15 and then bounced from 10.15 to 10.20. The question is this going to go higher into 10.25, or is this going to pull back and go higher, or is this going to pull back from 10.20? Time is 10.25 in 50 seconds. We are testing the roof on QQQ basically. And SPY, you could kind of say as well. We are near the roof. All this price action is near the roof, so any single candle could easily go break the roof. That is an absolute truth. Even though there's, people were saying there's a lot of calls up there, right? They could do it now and then do it. They could do it later. They could just run it. Doesn't matter. But damn, now it looks like it's coming in more and bullish, more bullish. 10:16, 10:50, sorry, 10:25 in 15 seconds. 10:25 in 15 seconds. Now we're breaking out of this channel and we're holding it at the minimum. 10:25. Time is 10:25. Going into the news. 2 p.m. Setup might be happening, or setup is happening. Rejection coming at 10.25. We might see a pullback into here, and then it might bounce like what we talked about earlier. Okay, I might say might because you know all the bears are hoping right now. It's just a big ass red candle. This is no confirmation to short basically happening. All these bears are basically hoping it goes a little bit lower. It could, and then it could bounce easily. I'm trying to leave the other half of my shit. Alright, I'm in profit right now. I need another red candle or two to build. Right, build, 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 and then we're down here and I'm out. Most likely happening. Time is 10:25. Here we go. The bears are coming now for a couple of minutes. Okay, short term. Short term for a couple of minutes most likely. Time is 10:24. Big ass red candles are already here. I'm gonna leave in one single minute. Okay. Holy shit. I'm being so greedy right now, bro. Come on, brother. Okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm out. Fuck, I'm out. Book me. Alright, $1,134. I'm gone. Already out. Everything. 10:25. Look at that confusion ass cycle now. This thing could bounce somewhere here too, but yeah. That is crazy. I entered somewhere here. 10 somewhere. I entered way too early, right? But I could have waited for the bounce and then do the true bounce, but man, time is 10:26. 10:26. 10:25 signifying. Look at how they go up, right, with news, but like it looked crazy bearish into that one single candle and go crazy high on news, and look at that confirmation and they make it look bullish and then they go crazy down in like big ass candles. Right, with confirmation 10:15 and 2, 10:15, 10:20 and 2, 10:25. 10:25 deciding what to do into 10:30. 10:25 deciding what to do into 10:30 playing out. Right, somewhere here where it looks crazy bearish might be the opportunity to go long, right? I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio right now. There is no confirmation to go short or long. That is literally what's going on right now. They are deciding what to do into. Time is 10:30 already. SPX put to call ratio is being sent now in the group chat. Right, that is the reason why sometimes these calls and put ratios are so damn nice. Sorry for the landscaping, guys. Can't do much about that. But if you guys can all hit the like button today as you come in, thank you all very much. We have 167 people watching, so thank you all. Let's get the like buttons up so we can get new people in. That is how they find the channel. Okay, with all your love and support, that is how they find it. Time is 10:27, 10:30. The market is deciding what to do. Still, they might go one or two candles lower, right? But that does not mean it is bearish. That just means it was bearish. That just means it was bearish, and then it could bounce, right? So we have no idea. The 5-minute was pulling back, though. I kept calling that out. It was just look at how sneakily, right? Any single 5-minute candle could have blown up green. I called that shit out too, right? As I was fucking holding, so. You know, the bulls and bears are both fighting. The deductions and the possibilities were there. I just made mine, based on setup, and I basically left on setup and risk analysis. So 10:25 bouncing into 10:30 happening right now, okay? 10:25 decided to go higher into 10:30. This is happening right in front of our eyes right now. 15 seconds ago. Let's see what happens with this 10:30, right? You guys saw that hovering candle, and then boom up, right? So that is literally telling you what big money players were waiting. The big money players were deciding and deducting, and now they're creating. Does that make sense? This does not mean continuously, or this could mean, but it literally means it's creating as we go, as it happens. Does that means that we can't speculate? You know what I mean? That, oh, it's gonna go here, oh, it's gonna go there, oh, it's gonna go down there and there. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? We don't really know. You're a speculator if you do that to people, but like I'm just saying, we play the cycles, we play the deductions. We don't care if it's gonna go super high. We don't care if it's gonna go super low, right? What we care is about what we make. So time is 10:30. What we make in our pockets, right? I'm not saying we print together. I am not a financial advisor. I'm just saying we all do our own thing, and we all are getting our accounts up and down. I'm just saying you as a person, right, want to be going up, 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 down a little bit, up, 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 right? You don't want to be down, up, oh, down, 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 up, down, 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 down. Oh fuck, I lost my account. That shit happens 20,000 times to everybody, right? You don't want to be the average. So if you don't want to be the average, you got to change something. You got to start new, and you got to be a man, and you got to be a woman. That's all it is. So time is 10:30. 10:25 bounce to 10:30. There might be a new setup happening, but that was for them, the setup to go long, even though for 1 single minute, big green candle, 1 single minute, right? And then now they're waiting and deciding what to do. The market is at the roof. There's a lot of bears trapped. The market is deciding at the roof. A lot of bears trapped, some bulls trapped, but yeah, the SPX put to call ratio shows a lot of puts as well. A lot of puts as well. So, right, look at. Can you guys please tell me the SPX put to call ratio? You see that from 6,340 all the way to 6,390, right? Look at that shit. It's like 99%, 95%, 90% all puts. That is crazy work. All down there. It's on SPY too. If you gotta think about it, it's like 634, 633, 632, 635, right? Meaning we're probably gonna zigzag here until news comes out, until 1 or 2 p.m. Or we might go higher a little bit, we might go lower a little bit. But I mean, why would they need to move so much when they already moved, right? Was the theory that we said in the WhatsApp group, and look what happened, right? Just be patiently waiting into the next setup. We are within the algo range that we created at 10. We are within the algo range we created at 10. So, yeah, setup, whatever, happening constantly. Let's put a support and a resistance on QQQ as well. Let me know in chat if you guys think these algo ranges, and we call it an algo range, right? But like, I have no idea what market makers call it, honestly. But it's an algo range because it's a 5-minute candle in a 1 minute in 1 minute candle form that is telling us the price range that the market is basically setting up the next future or whatever is into. So let me know if you guys think these algo ranges are helpful or not, right? Truly. If you guys think if these algo ranges are more confusing for you, or if you think in some way these algo ranges are like acting as like, oh, risk analysis target exit, or like risk analysis entry to exit, or like whatever it is, right? Let me know if that is good or not, because honestly I found these out too, like basically maybe like December. So less than a year, right? 8 to 9 months. I just deleted 10 a.m. Time is 10. Looks like people are doing well so far in the WhatsApp group though, from what people are posting. So that is pretty good. The market is not running away yet, north or south.
There's just a bunch of setups. We are slowly going through the setups into the major news catalyst of the day, which is President Trump coming live at around 1 or 2. Oh. 10:35, 10:35. Right, SPY went lower into 1026 and then bounced, right? I thought it was going to go somewhere above VWAP here into 1027 maybe and then bounce at 1030, but they clearly did not, right? But that was a setup for me. I said, oh, there's going to be a red candle and then most likely a green candle coming. But I mean, you know what I'm saying, a couple of minutes late. And then QQQ did not break it at 1026. That's the reason why, right? I expected QQQ to maybe test a low here and then, there's a lot of bears, so data cycle time. I'm not saying it's going to go HOD, but I mean, I'm saying at the minimum, right? We were saying it's going to go somewhere low to here, and then now somewhere up, to here because of options data game. Right? People going in long here, people going in short here. We could draw the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. It looks different on SPY and QQQ. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 calls. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 puts. And then 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 calls happening as well. For now, QQQ looks completely different because it is up to here on the bull cycle and then they went lower into 1015, not 1025. So since 1020, 1015 into 1035, it's been something like this on QQQ. So do you guys understand how, the differences in SPY and QQQ and IWM, right, tells you that sometimes there's a divergence in the cycle, right? Sometimes SPY goes lower 10, 15, 20 minutes later. Sometimes QQQ goes lower 10, 15, 20 minutes later, and then they break the divergence of the whatever. That is literally the market creating setups. All this shit that is happening live in front of our eyes is shit that is going on live. I call it a reality, right? We're basically we're making estimated guesses, educated guesses on things that are live, which means we're trying not to speculate and guess as much as we can compared to other people, the majority and the average. So, yeah, that is what smart money is doing every second. Right? I don't know if they have a bot. I don't know if all these people are just smart enough to know all this already, and then they just literally just get experience and experience and experience on top of that. But this is truly caring about timing, cycle, right? And cycle as in the bears and bulls who's trapped roof game, right? 33.3% in between the two pivot points, 33.3%. The floor, 33.3%, right? Knowing the SPX put to call ratio, having the setups from the pre-market the day before, the week before, right? And just being calm, being patient, and being okay with what you make here and there, and then not trying to play a home run every single time, right? Which is okay too. And then when the big moment comes, you can easily just decide to patiently go in or patiently take the risk because you know that there's a good risk to reward analysis ratio, that there's a good confirmation, that there's a good setup, instead of hoping on a good setup or a confirmation or a continuous push, which is what I learned that was a mistake, you know what I mean? So it takes a ton, it takes forever effort, right? And then every single day you wake up as a new person. It's the same thing every day, but every day is a new day, right? We all wake up and say, oh, tomorrow or the next week or next week after that, since I'm green this week, I'm gonna come back as a new man, right? But it's literally not. Every single day we are a new person, new man, new woman, whoever you are, right? Every single day we wake up and we decide to be biased, we decide to be not biased, and we decide to choose what we do based on whatever you choose to decide, whatever you do on, right? But the point is, there is a choice. You are making a choice every day to, right, try or not, to whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Because we are in control of what we are doing. We are in control of our lives, if that makes sense, to that degree. There is a tiny ass cycle being created right now. I can't really tell if it's gonna go higher or lower. It looks like they're wasting everybody's time making poo, shapes up and down into 11 or noon. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. This is 1035 rejection into 1040, right? 1035 rejection into 1040. This is 1035 is lower than 1030. 1035 is higher than 1030. So this is a, trick, maybe bulls and then go a little bit lower and then bounce too. But yeah, every single time they do that, they're bouncing. Every single time they break it. So it's looking like a zigzag at the bottom of the 10 a.m. candle is how I can best put it right now. I'm not going to be biased. I'm not going to fucking say it's going to go to VWAP every single time. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck do I know? All I know is there was a setup here to go a little bit lower than here, and then I leave. You know what I mean? All I can say is they're literally barcoding here because that's what they're doing on time, cycle, confirmation, right? 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 10, 25, 10, 30, 10, 40. Like, I'm not making shit up. I can't make this shit up, basically, because it's the market making shit up. You know what I mean? It's the market making shit up, and people that are not looking at what they're making shit up, they're just like, okay, I'm gonna make shit up. We got our ass whooped. But yeah, literally, man, they're the best at it, and the best of the best. They were not gonna do that, but like every one of us didn't, do that. We're all humans. But the best thing you can do is just try not to do it constantly. When you're tired, when you're energized, constantly try not to do it. If you do that, you won't do it most than not. Than the average, I mean. 1040. The MACD volume, crazy dog. Bad going south, but I mean, they're doing some sort of weird, test the bottom and balance, and then I don't know, something going on. Josh says data burning. Yeah, looks like it. Don says barcoding. Mohammed says, thought I'd drop by to show some support. Thank you, man. That is amazing. We are creating a flag on QQQ for sure. Okay, let's go look at IWM, Nvidia, and Tesla. Look what they did today. Okay, IWM also. There's a 5-minute gap here. Okay, there's a QQQ 1-minute gap, or yeah, IWM 1-minute gap that might fill, which is why we're barcoding, right? Which is why we said we're going lower, but it's barcoding. So most likely this thing's gonna bounce and fill later on. This does not have to fill right now. To go long on that right now would basically be hoping and speculating too. This is what I mean by every single point of every single thing that you decide to do. It is very, very close to speculating because the setup is basically there, but it's making you hope on that too. So you have to understand numerous things to be like, okay, they might not go fill that in 5 minutes. They might go lower into 10:45, confirm, blah blah blah, and then do it later. But you don't really know. So all you could do is call the things that are existing out, and then you could see what happens. There's an IWM 1-minute gap, and they're going lower off that into 1041. Right, so I'm expecting some sort of bounce here. They might just go boom, kill all the bulls, and then bounce it to the IWM gap at some point too. Okay, looks like. But you know what I mean? How hard is it to fucking trade this? Unless you look at the cycle and the time for exactly what they are and exactly what they're doing, right? This is exactly what institutional players are doing. This is exactly what smart money hedge fund managers are doing, bro. At JP Morgan, Chase, whatever the fuck you want to think about, literally. This is what is going on. This is intraday market analyzation. This is intraday market strategy, and this is deduction and live trading. For me, I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities investments. I am not a investment, trader or blah blah blah. I am just I'm doing this for educational, and they're going lower. 1040. Entertainment purposes only. Time is 1040. Alright, they're going crazy low now into VWAP. I wanted to short, but the risk was there, right? But they're doing it into 1040 VWAP, and then VWAP might touch, and then IW and gap is there. So we'll see what happens. All calls are being destroyed now since 10, right? All calls are being destroyed since 10. That spike up candle at the data, right? Good news. Spike up candle. And I held through that shit, and then I left somewhere here, and now they're doing it somewhere here. This means what? There's a lot of bears that were strapped. There's a lot more calls that got in, and then now they're gonna go somewhere where I thought it was they were gonna go earlier, and then now they're gonna probably touch VWAP or not, and then we might get a bounce or not. Okay, time is 10:45. This is 10:40, confirmation into, or continuation into 10:45. Time is 10:43. Most likely best safe exit is coming, hypothetically speaking, unless they're doing some unusual dumping. IWM gap exists. IWM gap above. Right, time is 10:45, and we just went lower from 10:40, 10:30. You see this, right? 10:37 rejection signifying 10:40 into 10:45. This was 10:25. This was 10:30. This was 10:35, 10:40, 10:45 bounce trying. Okay, if there is a confirmation to go long here, then I'm gonna eye it. But until then, that is a hope, right? They could go even lower from here, and then they could shred all calls from that are going in here. They could go lower and then bounce it, and then go hit that later on. After we even go break LOD, I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna speculate, so I'm just gonna call out things that exist. But we need to let the market cycle. We need to let the market tell us what she or he wants to do, not what we want to do, right? So we'll see. High WM 1 minute gap created just like last week for a setup, potential setup for the short term or later in the day happening. The QQQ MACD completely pulled back. That is some sneaky ass shit to kill all bulls since 10. Right, MACD completely pulled back since 10. I'm going lower, trying. I'm going to go in 1K SPY put right now. Okay, the risk is absolute, basically. I'm going to leave in 1 minute, most likely. I'm already up $100 almost, $60. Time is 10:45, deciding what to do into 10:50. We might get one more red candle and then a big boom, or we big boom right now. 10:45. This shit is frozen. Puts are still spiking for some reason on a green candle. That's crazy work. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna fucking leave right now. I'm out. $1,150. Basically up $100. Out. Out, 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 out. Time is 10:50. Time is 10:50. Time is 10:50. Okay. Time is 10:50. Real quick $100. Real quick $100 off of 2 fucking minutes. Right? Real quick $100 off of 2 fucking minutes, right? What did I say? They're holding the IWM gap and they're going lower for now. That was my deduction for now. And then they're probably gonna fill this shit later, but yeah. Look at that. Bounce tried and then rejected. Holding the gap and going lower for now on QQQ, IWM, and SPY. We see this shit going higher too, so 10:50. This is another cycle setup happening in the 10th. This is most likely best safe exit right now. Most likely into 10:47. Time is 10:50, going lower into 10:50. Holding the IW and gap and going lower. Time is 10:50. We have 174 people watching, guys. Let's hit the like button to get the algos going. Time is only 10:50. It's literally only been 1 hour since market open, and we have news coming out at 1 or 2 p.m. today. President Trump is coming out live today with a major news announcement related to the economy, most likely. Most likely. This shit is crazy low, right? At some point here is going to be a long entry. That we are at the halfway point on QQQ, right? The halfway point of this little big pump, right? 9:30 to 10, we are at the halfway point. We could see some sort of a bounce here. We are below the midpoint. Now 9:50 is turning into a LOD floor hope. Okay, this is turning into a LOD floor hope. Where were we at 9:35? HOD roof hope, right? 33.3% chance. Where's the midpoint? 9:45, 9:40, right? Where's the floor? 10:50 showing. Sorry, 10:40, 10:45. This is the midpoint on QQQ. They might go lower and then, get more bears involved, and then, I don't know, but the setup is there's no confirmation long or short basically right now. Just we're at 10:50. We are waiting for a cycle. They're just going. They went lower into 10:50. I need a cycle confirmation here. Man, they're going so low right now. Time is 10:50. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio on the group now. What a cycle. They're burning all the calls up there too. Look at the amount of calls up there. That is insane. There's so many puts down there, so many calls up there because it was a massive move coming into today. Bounce trying at 10:50. Let's see where this goes. 10:50 bounce trying. Thank you all very much for all the support, guys. I have finally reached 1K followers in basically 1.5 months. I would have never seen that coming, but thank you all very much for all the support you have shown. Time is 10:55. We're going lower into 10:55 on SPY, and QQQ is not. Time is 10:55. Bounce is trying for 1 minute or one cycle. Yeah, the puts from the top printed crazy. This move was absolutely nuts. I'm not gonna lie. Since 10:45 to 10:55 was nuts. I shorted here and I left here, and I shorted again and I left, right? But like, it's absolutely nuts. If somebody shorted at the top at 10, especially that big ass new candle, and then held for that entire move, it was very, very hard to hold through that entire move. I'm not gonna lie. It literally looked bullish at 10:35. It absolutely looked like it was gonna run, in my opinion, to the high, the algo range. But like, right, they didn't go lower here. They decided to go higher. They decided to use this setup, right, to break it and to go lower than where I thought it was gonna go to VWAP, right? And then now it's here. So these people are absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts, man. Right, absolutely nuts. They get more people involved. But now we're at the midpoint. Okay, so now this is fair game. Bulls and bears on QQQ and SPY. Alright, I think they're going to barcode here. I don't think we're going to go break the LOD, but yeah, this is setting up into, what is that candle, man? This is setting up into the rest of the day, into 1, 2 p.m. when President Trump comes live today. Wild. Nice. Right, yo, I'm telling you, people were booking hella nice profits on calls earlier too. That's the good thing. And it was earlier up here. This is 1/3, 2/3, somewhere up here, right? And then they sit out for this, and they sit out for this, and then they confirmed to go a little bit long, or go a little bit short, I mean. And then got the cycle confirmation to deductions. And I literally tell people that's all it is, right? It doesn't matter if the market runs up crazy and then we wake up and we're like, oh, fuck, I don't have calls, what am I going to do? Or if the market drops like crazy and we're like, oh, fuck, I sold all my puts yesterday, what am I going to do? I'm not going to be in profit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the market goes lower and then higher, goes higher and lower. All that matters is that we're literally calm when everyone is fearful, when everyone's euphoric, and we are calming our ass down. We are deciding to take the cycle and the, you know, wind direction, whatever that you want to do, whatever for that moment. But the wind is still north, by the way, officially. The wind is still north. We are just at the near the floor or the midpoint. We are at the midpoint on QQQ. I think this is floor hoping, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, this thing could go lower again and then break LOD, right? Just on the IWM gap, hoping so. This thing could fly up and then fill the IWM gap too. So it is very important what happens now, but there will be a confirmation to go long or short. I'm getting a phone call. I'm gonna, one second. Someone must be like prank calling me or something, man, because I'm getting like 14 calls right now. And every time I answer, and no one talks. It's like a commercial number. Time is 11. Time is 11. So 10:55 bounce into 11 trying. 10:55 bouncing into 11. 11 is in between the 10:55 candle on QQQ. Look at that downward trending wedge, downward trending slope though. That's wild. Right, it looked like a flag with this and then to the dark target, I guess, somewhere down here. I was saying somewhere down here, but like they went way lower than what I was thinking. Time is 11. Okay, let's do a community poll. Everybody vote in chat. I'm going to do a WhatsApp group poll if you think this is going to go higher now or lower. We're doing higher or lower so we could see everyone's bias basically. Everyone's bias. Let's see. Right, this is a very, very critical moment. We are at a decisive moment right now, so It's very, very hard to cycle deduct right here too. Why? We are at a pivot point. We are going near the floor pivot point, and we are basically deciding. We're at the middle of everything on QQQ, so I mean, they're deciding, right? No one else but they. We are they, right? We're part of the market. I'm just saying, like, we don't have a lot of money, so we go with the flow. We go with the wind for a reason, because everyone's money, our money, institutions' money is they. It is all our money. Nvidia bounce trying, right? Everything looking bearish and then bounce trying. Time is 11. Time is 11. 11 breaking out of the 1055 top as well. It's looking crazy out here. It is looking crazy out here. And it is only 11 a.m. Okay, we have 4 people that voted lower, and then 1 person voted higher in the WhatsApp group. Ricky says, I think a little higher, because I'm guessing he says call. It says AI call, or admin call. And Robinson says higher. Mike Sulikov says lower. Okay, so we did the poll somewhere at 10:55, 10:57. We're about to see into 12 or 1 as the presidential live stream comes on. 12 or 1. Let's go see the Associated Press. They say it is coming on at 2 p.m. President Trump makes an announcement from the Oval Office. Live in, it says live in 2 hours. That's interesting. I don't think so. We are at VWAP. Time is 11. Hitting VWAP. Sorry about that. (11 a.m.) Time is 11. VWAP touched. Let's see where POC is. Volume. I think we left all the volume at top now. Or okay, all the volume's at the bottom still. That is wild work. Look at the volume profile. It is a very big capital B. Right? A lot at the bottom, a lot at the top. A lot at the bottom, a lot at the top. QQQ, a lot at the top. At the middle too. So interesting to see. I'm not gonna lie, that is very interesting to see. I don't really know what's about to happen here. They might pull back to POC or they might not. 11 a.m. rejecting into 11:05 trying. Time is, the MACD is bullish though, so it might not help to go touch that. But yeah, there's a lot of puts down there. There's a lot of calls up there, and these people are going up, down, up, down, up, down, like nothing. That is like literally right on data, and they push up like crazy, and then they take their time. 55 minutes or an hour it took to go down. After faking for 35 minutes, basically time confirmation, everything shows. Now we're at the middle. We're at the unknown territory. Somewhere where people are. Someone's playing with this, but yeah. I don't see a clear setup. 10:05, 11:05 time is. 11:05. In between the 11 candle on SPY. We started at 635. We went to 640, and now we're at 637.5. So we moved up $5 from the bottom, and then now we're at the middle, $2.50. 637.5. Four people voted lower, 2 people voted higher in the WhatsApp group. is 11:05. Man, they're pushing lower to VWAP trying. I don't want to go, but it looks like it's easy. I don't know about LOD, but like they are pushing things south. Looks like on QQQ too. There's a lot of bullshit on QQQ. Looks like, but I mean, why are they going lower when we already went lower so much? Right, that was a nice counter rally, and then now we're losing steam big time. We are losing steam going north big time. Let's go look at IWM. The 1 minute gap above has held. Right? Look at that holding for basically an hour. Okay, 11:05. Intraday gap on IWM. Russell 2000 small caps is holding. And they're pushing lower, man. Holy crap. Did we just break through VWAP? What just happened? Oh, POC that was. This is very... right, nobody knows where 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 is too. That's the thing. Right, let's say this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going north, right? Look what happened going south, right? 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 too. So who the fuck knows? Sorry for my language. Who knows where the 3/3 is? Right. All we know is we're at POC. Time is 11:05. Time is 11:05. That is crazy bearish from the top. True top at 10. True top at 10. And true floor at 9:32. And ripped up in 30 minutes. Ripped up in 30 minutes and then pulled back for an hour and 5 minutes, and they're going lower still. Wow. I might fucking just go in, but this is the moment it looks super bearish. It might be the moment it goes long too, right? But they're going south now. That is crazy work. Okay, I'm in for 1.2k puts. The risk is crazy. The risk is crazy right now. I'm gonna leave in a minute or two, most likely. Time is 11:10 already. I'm getting spiked up $75. I'm about to leave in this candle. Should I run with $60? That was a spike candle. Time is 11:10. Bouncing at 11:10. Off a POC. Looking crazy spiky, the candles right now. No volume, no MACD for anything. Wow, dude, that spike, there was a nice profit in that spike, right? I don't know what the fuck happened in that green candle, but it went up another $100. And now I'm getting 1.2k. Absolute greed. Time is 11:10. Bounce trying. Bounce trying. At 11:08. 11:07. I have 640s. They feel far out of the money, but to be honest, they ain't that far out of the money. I'm gonna try to book it at 2.75. Each contract, I mean. Oh shit, bounce coming. Time is 11:10. 11:10 bounced at 11:07. Now, bear trap forming. Classical bear trap forming. Damn. How the fuck do I get spiked up $100 in that stupid candle and I'm down $100 on that candle? What the fuck? Come on. Below VWAP one time, fuck. Ugh. The bears might be still there, based on the 5-minute MACD. It might be. It does not mean they're going to be. They just might be for a little bit more. And then LOD hope is coming. This is LOD hope basically already. We are in LOD hope territory. 11:10 rejecting, trying into 11:15. Time is 11:15 in 1 second. What is that noise? Something's ticking next to me. Okay, I'm in profit. Come on. One more spike candle and I'm out. This is 11:15. Bears are still here showing if the low of the 10:07 candle breaks. Bears are pushing lower. This is bears. Bars. Please let me out. One more minute. Come on. Goddamn. 10:14. 11:14. on, bitch, baby girl. There's no speed in this. Come on. This has to be it. One speed candle has to be it. Volatility, and I'm out. Come on. Fucking taking forever. Time is still 11:15 for 2 more minutes. I'm about to leave right now, folks. I'm out. I'm out. $1,325. Out. Woo! Fuck. Hell yeah. That's how we fucking do it. Time is 11:15. Time is 11:15. Today is a great day. Today is a great day, and I don't even have puts, nor did I ride the call right up. That is a fucking amazing day. Time is 11:15. MACD coming in bearish in the 5-minute candle. The 1-minute candle confusing. The 5-minute candle leading. Right, we are testing the floor truly. This has to be best safe exit somewhere down here. I know I kept calling it out on the big spike downs, but like, I mean, this shit was best safe exit based on time and data, right? So this shit is true LOD floor hoping now. Right? We're about getting there. It's about to break the floor, or it's about to go LOD floor hope bear trap everybody. That is literally what's going on into 1 or 2 p.m. most likely. We'll see. The wind is still officially north, but I mean that does not mean. Yeah, we'll see. Every single 5-minute rejection. Every single 5-minute rejection. Every single 5-minute rejection. Into 11:20 time is now. So 11:15 decided to go lower into 11:20 looks like. Time is 11:20 now. This is true floor hope coming though. The floor is near. The floor is near on SPY. The floor is effing near on SPY. We are at 6:36. Damn. Oh, these fucking damn time things are fucking annoying. These texts are bugging out sometimes. Okay, so the cycles are being extended to go more lower, at least into 11:20. Right? That's what the chart's showing us right now. That's what the confirmation. That's what the cycle. That's what everything's showing us right now. We might even break the floor on this. This shit is super bearish. This is super. Okay, the MACD volume is super bearish, and the volume is up north, up on QQQ, and we're below POC now on SPY. That is absolutely crazy. Alright, this is floor hope trapping, or it's about to break the floor. We're about to see. It's either gonna break the floor, or it's floor hope trapping. Let's see. You guys want to vote in chat? Do we even want to vote? Like, god damn, that's crazy, man. From 10, good data, and now we're at the floor. I was expecting at some point today that we're gonna test the floor again, and then we might go back up or not. But like, yeah, this shit is absolute wild. We were super bullish into 10 with news, and then now we're super bearish since 10. This is cycle into this at least, at the minimum. Just whoever printed in the confirmation going short here, right? You were basically 1/3, 2/3 smart money, and this might be 3/3 is how you look at it, right? Whoever went up and whoever went long in 9:30 and then printed into 9:50, you were 1/3, 2/3 smart money, and then 3/3 came too. It did go higher, right? It did go higher with time, cycle, candles, everything, but it's just like the cycle meant that 3/3 got hurt into the new 1/3, 2/3 bearish cycle, and then this bearish cycle might be used into to go higher bullish cycle, right? We're about to find out. We are at the floor at 11:20. This is true floor testing SPY. True for hope trap, or we'll see with the MACD. Anything before we go with the confirmation is bias. Anything else is speculation, and anything else is guessing. Basically, the only thing people could really do is go off of time and cycle confirmations alone and setups. The setups are always there. IWM gap never filled up top and is going lower today. So that's how bearish it is today. They're holding this shit at 233.47 and they went lower, and then if we run it up from the floor, or if we break the floor and then run later, this is probably going to fill later. Well, that's what's going on. I don't know why SPY is so near the floor right now while IWM is not. There must be like a big cap company dragging something down right now, on Apple especially. I mean on SPY especially. Yeah, I was gonna say fucking Apple, because Apple is weighted heavily more on SPY. I'm pretty sure. Tesla dropped as well. Time is 11:20. Let's see what happens. Let's get the like buttons up, folks. If you guys have deducted so far through what is going on, if you are having a good, safe, and you know, deductible day today, as well as Friday from last week. Hope you all had a beautiful, beautiful Labor Day holiday weekend. And we're about to do good going into the presidential live stream at 2. I think with news there might be another, you know, bounce or a rally, because we're getting a very, very bearish trend pushing down, right? And that must mean, I'm not saying it might happen today, but there's going to be a good counter rally at some point too. Just like how we did a counter rally in the morning, right? 9:30 to 10 using data. We're going crazy down, 10 to 10, 11, 20, almost wiping out all the bulls up there, right? So if we truly do break LOD, or even if we don't break LOD, I think there's going to be a counter rally at some point or another later on in the day, if that makes sense, right? Why is the IWM gap left up there? You have to think about it. They're probably going to fill that shit intraday, but I mean, everything's about setup and entries and like perfect entries, right? So the only way you could technically do that, right, is again time cycle confirmation alone. We are at the floor. 11:15 left POC, time is 11:20, and that's how fucking bearish we are right now. They're about to break the floor almost. 5-minute candle is crazy bearish on SPY. They're about to break the floor, clear the make a divergence, and then bounce probably. Or this is true floor trapping. If we bounce exactly right here at 636.16, I'll be damned. But like, I mean, they could do anything. You know, there were moments back in December when they bounced it by 1 cent. It would be like, oh, the floor held, the wind is still north, ha ha ha, and then we run it from 3:30 to 4 p.m. and somebody prints like 700%, 1,000% on calls. You know what I mean? 0 DT, because like the 1 cent held. Well, like, what can you do, right? These people literally go off of setup. These people literally go off of things like that. So I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna do it now. I'm just saying, you know, it happened before, right? If it happened before and we printed in it or we struggled through it, you remember that for, you know, the future. You remember that for greatness is all it is. So you remember that, and just, yeah, let's see what happens. There's no confirmation to long, no confirmation to short right now. It is building. Time is 11:25. So the cycle is going to be super fast at the floor, but it's about to build right now. Do we break the floor or not, though, is the question. I can't believe so many people in our group was right. People were saying down, like, we did the poll at 11. At 10, we did the poll exactly at 10:58 a.m. It was right here, 10:58 a.m. And 7 people voted lower, and 4 people voted higher. Like, I thought more people would vote higher, and then more people would vote lower, you know, and then, I don't know, but I didn't think it was gonna go to the LOD like that either. But yeah, the puts from the top printed insane. I'm not gonna lie, insane. But yeah, I mean calls from the bottom printed insane too. So you know what I mean. I feel no FOMO. I just feel happy about the fact that yeah, it deducted to go higher, it deducted to go lower, and all it is doing is literally constant deduction and cycles through the possibilities and the probabilities it has, and the time and the checkpoint it has left. So I don't give a real true fuck if they go break the roof, they go break the LOD. All I care is about that I get the thing right. I get the thing right from showing the roof to the midpoint to the floor. I don't care about the floor. I don't care about the midpoint. I care about the fact that the market's showing people the roof and we're going to the midpoint. I leave before it. We're going from the midpoint, bounce, trying the roof, rejection to go to the floor. I don't care about the floor. I leave before. Why? Because I don't care what the market's gonna, almost do in 10 minutes. I literally care about what they're showing, what they're trying to show into the next time checkpoint, into the future a little bit, short period of time, right? 10, 15, 20 minutes into the future. And I just leave in a massive green or massive red candle because I literally, yeah, you get what I'm saying. Time is 11:25. I want to long, but I am just scared because every single long from the top has been getting crushed into 11:20. So there has to be some sort of cycle confirmation for me to feel some sort of relief or comfortableness in going long right here, and or the MACD has to just build like this. If the MACD just builds like that, there's no stopping it. It's free money, right? But the MACD in volume is just slow right now. The 1 minute, it might be pulling back on the 5 minute. And maybe needs to slow down a little bit, spend some time here, and then decide to boom, or decide to break the floor and then boom, or decide to break the floor a little bit or something. We will see. Time is 11:30. Time is 11:30. EC said, think is breaking LOD. Ahmed says, will break it, I think. And Pierre says, there could be a rally, or they could just pull the rug hard. The weekly support is 633, yeah. Honestly, I agree. There could be a rally, they could plug it, but it really depends on, you know, what happens for the day. Time is 11:30. Time is 11:30. Trying to find support at the floor. I'm going to extend this algo range. Extend this algo range. Algo range being played. Possible barcode here until we detach away from it or something going on. Just 940 into 940 as well. So there is also an algo range on QQQ happening right now. You guys see this shit, right? If you guys see this shit, type I in chat. If you see what they're doing right now, type I in chat. Man, That shit is absolute. Absolute. Candle still pushing lower abnormally now. MACD slowing down. So the risk now is there for puts. We are testing the bottom of the algo range 1140. We are either about to break away or break away a dump, or we're about to barcode here. 636.58. Right. Who loves this algo range? Say I in chat right now. Who the fuck loves this algo range? Say I in chat right now, please. Man, I'm in nothing right now. Time is 11:25. Rejection. 11:25. 11:30 rejection into 11:30 happening. Time is still 11:30. Crazy work going on. Crazy work. If the low of this candle breaks at 11:22, and the candles, if the low breaks, LOD is gonna break. If that does not break, it's gonna hold and bounce here, right at the LOD hope trap, basically. We're about to see what happens. If the 11:22 candle holds, that's the question. This is playing at the floor. You have to understand, institutional big money players are not playing here. This is a pivot point. We are near the floor. They are going to let the market decide and do whatever she wants to. Institutional players are not playing here. You have to understand, they are letting the market do and decide whatever the hell it wants to. Institutional players play this. The time confirmation. Institutional players play this, the time confirmation. Institutional players play this, the time confirmation. They do not play, right? They don't play this because this is testing the floor, right? So this whole shit, even though it looks enticing short or long, it is testing the pivot point. Pivot point 1, LOD. So smart money players, big money players right now, they are basically, they don't care if it breaks the LOD or not. They're going to let it do its thing. And then they're going to care when the moment comes for them to care. And the moment for them is when the market breaking the LOD now, trying 1120. Not. Okay. They only care when the setup's there for them to go. 636.16 did not break. 636 by 2 cents. Time is 11:35. So they're about to hold it right now, or they're not. The thing is holding by 2 cents. QQQ is not holding it. So QQQ is going a little bit lower at the minimum. Something like this happening. This is still a floor hope trap. It did not break the low of the 1120 candle by 2 cents. I don't see a trade here. This is poo-poo. Just waiting. It's okay to wait. Time is 12. We have President Trump coming live in 2.5 hours. 2 hours. $11:35, and we are hovering near the floor, testing the floor. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat now. Let's hit the like button, folks, if you have not already. I appreciate it if you already have. Thank you. We want more people to come into the White House live stream, basically, so we can have more people to see how the president helps our market into today. SPX put to call ratio has now been sent in the group. We are hovering where there's 80 to 75% puts, right? At 6380, at 6390, so 6370. Even if we go a little bit lower, right? Oh, we just broke LOD. We just broke LOD. LOD broke. LOD broke. LOD broke. Okay, even though we go a little bit lower, I'm expecting a bounce, or they go abnormally lower today and they dump on everyone today. Time is 11:35. They're going crazy low now, man. This is LOD breaking. LOD floor breaking. That's crazy shit. There's 95% of the contracts here are all puts. Just realize that. 95% of the contracts down here are all puts, and they're fucking paying them out anyway. Right? 11:35. Probably because they're all smart money. I'm not gonna lie. The wind direction is now south on SPY. I'm expecting some sort of a bounce after everybody joins, after everybody chases. I'm expecting some sort of bounce somewhere here, but I will not go along without a time confirmation cycle at the minimum. So I don't give a fuck what they do here. I don't care if they go lower. I'm not in jack shit. I did not join here, so I don't really give a damn. Time is 11:35. If you printed, good for you, but I mean, I don't really care. I literally told you if they're gonna go, they're gonna do it in one single candle. It's gonna break that and break everything, right? And they literally did. So 11:35, going lower into since 10. So for an hour and 35 minutes, bearish at the minimum. Okay, there is a divergence on the floor. QQQ might break the floor, but this, you know, the crazy thing is 560.4 is a level that I marked. If you guys look at the market update video, that is a level I marked yesterday. I said 560.4 is basically the midpoint of QQQ. QQQ is in a big ass head and shoulders. Blah 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 blah. But you literally, if you watched the market update video yesterday, that's crazy work. Or actually maybe I might have marked 570. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, but still super bearish. We're at 560.70. All right, 560.70. We dropped $10 since yesterday. That is disgusting. We went up $5 and then went back down $5. 1035. Right. Somewhere down here might be a good long looking like, but I mean, it's not looking like. It might sound like, but yeah, the wind direction is south. No confirmation to long, no confirmation to short. Oh, but look at that 11:30 algo rejection, right? 11:30 algo rejection. They print out the 95% of the puts. They don't give a fuck because it's the smart money holding it, not retailers, right? And then they get painted out, and then they leave. And then we see what happens. New LOD on SPY. That's amazing. Euro said I'm out short from 6:38. I shorted at 11 a.m. Beautiful. Good shit. Good for you, brother. You shorted at VWAP and you got out at LOD. What does that mean? Right? What does that mean, guys? He got in at somewhere at the midpoint, right? In between the two pivot points, pivot point 1, pivot point 2, when everybody was thinking on the roof, the floor. He got in at the midpoint, and then he literally left at LOD. He got to leave at LOD. Right? Because the wind direction, the trend direction changes with the market deciding, the cycle confirming, you know, things coming in. Somewhere here we were like, okay, they're going. Right? The 5 minute was pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And then they did go to new LOD. Now there's a crap ton of puts down here. So just be aware, I'm just saying that is amazing. From VWAP 637 to 635. Right, perfect. I scalped such crap tiny trades right there, but like even if I went in on that one tiny candle, that would have been like a $500 profit. 400, you know, 300 easily. But yeah, good shit. Good shit. If someone said I sold too early, lovely, lol. But I said it's okay. Learn to be happy, my friend. But true, it is very true. You have to learn to be okay with the profit you made. It doesn't matter if they're gonna go to 550 today. It doesn't matter if they're gonna go, crazy lower after you sold, or it doesn't matter if they go crazy higher after you sold. All that matters is you did not hope, you did not speculate, you did not go on candles alone, and you did not get fucked. Because one side is losing for the other side to win. The win direction was what? North from 9:30 to 10. The puts got killed. The calls ate lunch buffet. Longhorns, whatever you want to call it. From 10 to 11:35, all calls got destroyed. All puts got, buffed, bumped up, right? So what does that tell you? This is a zero-sum game. Somebody's losing big fucking time for someone to win big fucking time. One side losing big fucking time for the other side to win big fucking time. So if that's true, all that matters is that you were in the right direction, the right trend direction, the right win direction. You were in the right win direction, the right trend direction, the right confirmation, and you leave and you don't give a fuck what happens into the 3/3. Because all you care is that you deducted right with smart money in the 1/3, 2/3. That is the point of this whole system. That is the most important core, logic of the shit. Because if you don't think about that, then there's no point. Right? There's a quote that says it's easy to be rich, but it's hard as fuck to it's easy to get rich, but it's hard as fuck to be rich, and that is literally what I mean. Because if you don't think about the core principle of why you won, and the core principle of why you're not losing, and why you're keeping, and why you're continuously losing, then you're gonna lose at some point. And I'm talking massive, because these people be speculating and going like crazy, like nothing on nothing, because they're like, oh, look at that, haha, look at that, guys. Nah. What you talking about? Look at this deduction. Look at the way we fucking doing this shit. Look at the way people are printing. Look at the way we're up. Look at that. Look at that. All right, we out. Time is 11:40. We got news coming out. 12 or 2. News coming out. Time is 11:40. That's how we do every fucking day, man. Every day. 11:40. Right. I wonder, right? Somebody go and check. No, I'm kidding. I hope everyone's doing well, but all I'm saying is there has to be people in other places in the world that is not getting it for us to be getting it, because that is how the system is designed. That's how the system works. So there is a clear tell sign when, most of the people are crazy green most days, and yeah, majority is losing like crazy somewhere else. Time is 11:40. 11:40 bounce trying. This was a 11:35 rejection into 11:40 LOD. 11:40 LOD. There is a divergence on the floor. There is a divergence on the floor. Someone said gold and silver are going bananas. Like up? Let's go look at the VIX. The volatility index is gap down and then gap filled everything. Gap down and gap filled everything. We gapped down on that pump, that data pump. Every single time good news came out, it looks like the VIX gapped down. That is nasty work, I'm not gonna lie. That is nasty work today. Wow. Alright, 11:40. I'm going trying to break the LOD on QQQ, but like that is straight up chasing in 3/3 now. That thing does not have to break it, and it could bounce. But it could break it and bounce too. But yeah, I mean, there's no bounce yet that signifies anything, any sort of bounce. So That is disgusting work since 10. We dropped $6. We dropped $5.60 on QQQ. We dropped basically $5 on SPY. $4.50 to new LOD. I low-key want to go long, but I'm waiting for a cycle time confirmation at the minimum, so that I can know that, you know, 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 is at least stopping for now, at least trying something. What time is 11:45 here? This is 0.16, so they went lower into 11:45. Looks like they did go lower into 11:45, and they're trying some sort of bounce on QQQ, and they did go lower into SPY as well, trying some sort of bounce. No confirmation long yet, but we are so far near the ground. There is 99.5. I can't even begin to tell you how many puts are down here. So yeah, I cannot even begin to tell you how many puts are down here. Just go look at the chart, right? It's crazy. Time is 11:50 and 9 seconds. We are evaluating the floor, deciding what to do below all the algo ranges of the day. We are at the floor, evaluating what to do below all the algo ranges for the day. Time is 11:50. 11:50. Candle still coming in weird, scary, going lower. 5 minutes still says we are more bearish than bullish. The 5 minute still on QQQ looking scary as hell. If the low of these two candle breaks, we go a little bit lower into 11:50. QQQ floor might break, but we'll see. This is some nasty work. It bounced crazy off a morning and then selling crazy off the bounce. Right, somewhere here is like now I'm, you know, in the unknown. This is the unknown territory for me. This is basically risky as fuck. Somewhere below here, crazy risky not. So I'm not even thinking about a short. I'm just watching. I'm not even thinking about a short. I'm watching right now. I'm gonna be real with you guys. You know, if they continuously go lower, then yeah, sure, I'm gonna be happy for somebody. Somebody is gonna print crazy. Like, you know, you're gonna be basically one person out of, you know, the 99% of the puts that are down there. So that's crazy work, but shit, I'll be happy for you. I'm not doing it. I'll be happy for you, but I'm not doing it. Time is 11:50. All right. Noon soon, and then 1 p.m., 2 p.m. coming. And then presidential live stream. Trump. President Trump. MACD volume slightly dying to go a little bit lower, a tiny bit lower. Candles are very, very slow. Do you guys understand how much my puts would be up? I had September 2nd puts expiring, and I sold on Friday. Yeah, I bought it at 650. I bought it at 6,500 SPX. Them things are probably like 900% up by now. Time is 11:50. LOD breaking on QQQ, or LOD breaking on SPY. LOD breaking on SPY. The 5-minute candle is still coming in bearish. The 5-minute MACD still coming in, trying to be bearish, but the 1-minute candle is pushing lower into 11:50 at the minimum. Right, all three of these low candles broke in one single minute. Right, all three of those low candles broke in one single minute. No confirmation long, but I'm tempted. Selling absolute. The selling power is crazy abnormal, but they're doing it today. Beginning of September. This is the beginning of September. Yeah. Let's see in chat, what do you think this presidential announcement is going to be about? Right? Is it going to be good news for the economy? Is it going to be bad news for the economy? What do you guys think? Time is 11:50. We're testing the floor on QQQ. We are at the floor on QQQ. We continuously breaking the floor on SPY. We're at 635 now on SPY. That is how bearish this shit is since 10. That is crazy, man. I wish I held all my fucking puts too. Them 1Ks are probably at like 2.6K or something, like 3K, I'm not gonna lie. I scalped, but I should have held like 1 or 2 too. But like, yeah, dude, this holding through this entire cycle, you know how fucking scary that shit is. You gotta basically hold 50% or something after you take profit. But like, holy fuck, god damn. All right, LOD testing truly. Time is 11:50 to 11:50. 11:50. $11.55. This is 11.55 LOD. Going lower, lower. Still, every single candle is going lower, but this shit is crazy low. Almost floor hope. Floor on QQQ. $5.59 now on QQQ. We're shredding like nothing today. Right, the entire bounce being eaten up. Look where POC is too. Let's see where SPY POC is. I think SPY POC is down here, and we dumped on that too. Look at that. Look at that fucking dump today. You guys cannot tell me that's a major dump today. The volume's here. At 639, and we're at 635 right now. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy work. Alright, somebody printed like 500% going down from the top. Well, like, that's crazy work. The wind is officially south on SPY. The wind is not officially yet on QQQ. IWM has a gap above in the 1-minute candle. Look at when we made the IWM gap. When did we make it? At the top. You guys see this? 1040. Look at how far we pushed down since 1040. right? So what did I say? Like, it's gonna be dangerous going long based on that, right? And I literally said, oh, they could gap down and hold this shit. Smart money could gap down and hold this, and they're gonna go lower and lower if timing and cycle does it too. What the fuck did timing and cycle do? Oh, the bounce trying. Okay, bounce trying at 11:50, 11:55, 11:55. Crazy shit. Okay, I'm gonna go into 636 calls right now. 1.3k. I'm gonna leave within minutes too, most likely. I'll have $100 almost. What the fuck is that candle? 155 rejection trying. Pull back 2. Go higher or lower happening. It's cycling is all it is. Might have to hold through a cycle or two to go higher now. No confirmation long. It's just a candle play. QQQ floor break might be happening right now too on this bull is entering. This could get dumped on easily. Time is 12. Time is 12. I feel like I'm about to get dumped on. No single cycle to go long at all. Time is 12 already and they're breaking the floor on SPY. That is crazy bearish today. Crazy, crazy, crazy bearish today. No confirmation to long yet. There's an algo range at the floor now too. We're trying. Oh man, this is fucked. There's an algo range at the floor being created now. And QQQ SPY went lower into 12. This thing could truly dump, but MACD coming in bullish trying. Let's see if it holds here. There's a wedge being created on QQQ at the floor. I might have went early, too early. I might have went long too early, or but there's, I don't know. MACD's coming in bullish now. Time is 12. Saved by time, saved by QQQ, saved by confirmation looks like for me. Time is 12. Okay, I think I'm doing way better without your comments. Thank you so much. Because all I see is chat is saying another dump. I told you in advance. I'm pretty sure I'm doing okay. Thank you very much for all that though. But bye bye. Time is. Some people mad funny, man. I'm telling you. Some people mad funny. Appreciate ya, but no thank you. uh, Time is 12. I should have left at 1.26k, but I'm still in. MACD volume coming in, but things are looking scary. I hate people that are like, bro, oh, I told you, oh, look at that, oh, I told you, like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, make the deduction before. Say it in the fucking chat based on what, and I'll be happy if it plays out, but, like, you ain't gonna sit here and be like, oh, look at that, oh, it played out, haha, I told you, more dump. Like, nah, dude. I'm good. Okay. Did not leave. Should I leave? Rejection coming. Algo range being played. 12 rejection. This is different cycles happening now at the floor. At the floor. Every single bounce being rejected today. Top of the algo range can't even be broken. On spot. QQQ is trying. High WM and SPY might be weak right here. Just playing with the range. I need one green candle to leave at the top of the algo range. This is not good. Red candle coming off of 12. 12 cycles are trash. This is trying to go lower again. Yeah, bear's coming now. Fuck, I don't want to leave. I have 636. Shit getting killed on basically. 5-minute MACD might be dying slowly. We have President Trump coming live in 2 hours. We're hovering at the floor. I think I'm gonna leave and then retry. I don't think this is a good long right now. Time is 12:05. 12:05 is bouncing. It's just making me hold too, but 12:05 is bouncing now. 12:10 here in 1 minute. 23 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna leave right now and I'll re-enter later. $1,245 basically. There's no real setup right now. Long. It's hard as fuck to go short too at an algo range, so this is playing at the pivot point basically at the floor. Playing at the pivot point at the floor. 12:10 is here. The MACD is bullish, but it's just super slow. It's hovering at the floor, getting more bears and bulls involved, and then trying to go to the roof, but I don't know. At any moment that thing could dump again, so it's just the risk is there. You know, the algo range is making it kind of look scary, with the algo range kind of making it look juicy, but also scary. MACD volume coming, but the candles are not going higher, so it looks like it's stuck. But on this candle, it got spiked up. Don't know why. Maybe people are going long here. Time is 12:10. It's just looking super slow. 12:05 bounced into 12:10 as well on QQQ. They are wasting time into 2 p.m. looks like at the floor. Not going anywhere, just at the floor. Alright, divergence on the floor. $12.10 rejection trying. 12.10 rejection trying. The cycles are so small. This is absolute trash to trade. But they're trying to go lower now. I see a little head and shoulders forming on QQQ to go lower. To test the bottom of the 643.97. That might be best safe exit if they do it, but we'll see. Time is 12:10 only. 12:15 in 3 minutes. They could bounce it at 12:12. Nobody knows. 12:10, 12:11. They could go a little bit lower. This is the most crappiest cycles ever, though. Literally. can't make money going long or short. Basically, you can only leave unless you left or unless you entered and joined at the top of the bottom. Crap. $634.90, 635.60. Q at 560s. The MACD volume is coming in bullish. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat. Let's get the like buttons up, guys, if you have not already. Thank you. This MACD volume is just slowly building. It is slowly building. We are QQQ is floor hope trapping. Slowly. We are floor hope trapping. Time is 12:15. Candles are now going higher into 12:15. Just slow. Super. MACD volume is helping. We're just super slow. Like we're just slowed down. But this is 11:55 is floor hope trap. Floor hoping basically. Let's see what happens with QQQ here. This is a very hard trade. Even going long, they're just taking their sweet time. Going slow though. Off the floor. It might be best to, you know, lighten up on the size of these things until news catalyst comes, because it looks like things have slowed down somewhere here. MACD volume is not too strong, so maybe from 1 to 2 there we might see some sort of a consolidation. We might see some sort of a barcode, and then right before 2, right before 1:30 is probably when things are going to probably pick back up. Time is 12:15. We're at the top of the algo range. Okay, now bulls are coming. Now they're coming into 12:15 at the last couple of minutes. Alright, insanely hard hold. Insanely hard hold. But they're doing it. They're stepping up. The MACD volume was bullish, so the candles are coming in scary. You have to hold through that. So top of the algo range tested and broke out in 1 minute. I'm gonna get a cup of water, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, yo, I'm back. Just give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna eat real quick so I can get my focus back up. So just give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna be on mute. I'll talk if somebody, if something interesting definitely happens though. I'll call shit out. The 5 minute MACD is slightly pulling back though, bear side. So I think we're gonna see some sort of hover here. I don't know about a run or a pullback, but maybe some sort of hover. candles are stacking. However, the pullbacks are minimal. And that was a good long somewhere down here, right, to hold into that. Just now waiting for a cycle confirmation or two. Things are looking weak, but it's bullish. Things are slowly bullish. $10.20 went higher into, no confirmation to short. There's some sort of pullback coming here, but there's no confirmation to short at all. It's literally just one single cycle. It's most likely a confirmation to long or short just happening. Well, it's better to let the market cycle for 5 minutes at the minimum, and then decide in between that 5 and the next 5 minutes. Time is 12:25. 12:20 rejection from 12:20, 12:21 into 12:25. Tiny cycles are very tiny. 6:36 we hit. LOD is 634.90. The MACD is still bullish. It's just pulling back bullish. So now we're about to truly barcode here. 1 5 minute, one single MACD is bullish, but if we pull back here, we could barcode here. Or we could go a little bit higher and do that too, but that's what it's looking like. Things are slowing down. MACD is pulling back for now. We did run from 12:05 into 12:15, 12:20. We did run from 12:10 into 12:20, 10 minutes after a 10-minute pullback. So market is just slow into 1 p.m. I'm pretty sure things are gonna pick up at 1 though. 1 to 2-ish. I'm thinking things are gonna start to pick back up. Like right now, it's just consolidation. Getting a little bit of liquidity to go higher or lower in a little bit. We definitely did go higher. It's from 11:55. So that is true. It was just absolutely horrendous to hold through that. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely horrendous to try to hold through that one. QQQ and SPY doing different things at different times now. QQQ, slight pullback. SPY trying to bounce in the 1 minute candle. Most likely, things are going to go lower into 12:25 somewhere, and it's going to bounce at 12:25 here into 12:30, and it will confirm to go higher or lower. 12:25 bouncing at 12:24 on SPY. It actually went a little bit perfectly lower.
and then there's bounce trying for 1 single minute, 12:25. So this is the bounce confirmation to confirm to go long or confirm to go short for a little bit. Happening. 12:30 is here in 2 minutes, 2 seconds. I mean. 12:30 is here. We are at the midpoint of this little drop. We are at the midpoint of this little drop. Right, in 1 single minute. Let's see what happens. Alright, thank you. I'm done eating. It's rejection at 12:30. Now I low-key want to short, but 12:30. It's barcoding here like big time maybe. Just wait a little bit. MACD coming in bearish now. 5-minute candle wilding out. Alright, best to pay attention now. We are still at a pivot point. The market is still at a pivot point. Near. Time is 12:30. Damn, I feel a little bit alive. Oh. I'm gonna leave this up 9:30 LOD because I think it might help in the bigger picture how we're barcoding at the floor basically for now. Okay, SPY is exactly at 635.61. So I did not short on that. I did not long on that either. Even though the candle looks crazy nice, I'm just gonna wait. No volume to go higher, no volume to go lower. It's just barcoding, chilling out for a little bit. Right? It's not really going higher. It's not really going lower, right? It's literally looked like it was gonna go lower on that, but like they're pulling that back too. So they're truly barcoding at 635.60 for now until another setup arises. We really can't go far. That feels weird. Can't go far. QQQ 1 minute gapped up here now. And filled, so never mind. Yeah, can't go far yet. Why does it feel like that? I think someone printed nice long from here to here. GoFlex says, hey, can you please explain the purple boxes you make? Yeah, sure. So, if you go Google market cycles, you're gonna come up to things that are called like markup phase, markdown phase, and distribution phase. So basically, what's going on is this is 1/3, 2/3 markup, right? This is distribution, 3/3 distribution phase, right? All these people are marking up the calls. They're printing safely. All the people that are up here in this box is getting distributed on the calls. All these people that are going southward is printing in the 1/3, 2/3 markdown phase, and then in the 3/3, all the puts that are super in profit get distributed on, and the retailers and the people that want to go in late in the 3/3, the risky phase. And those people, the 3/3, get used up into the next cycle, which might be 1/3, 2/3 bullish from 11:55 to 12:20. Right? We don't know if it's going to go higher into 12:45, 1 p.m. But all I'm saying is this cycle, this cyclical telling you of 1/3, 2/3 markup, 3/3 distribution, right? And that this is 1/3, right? 2/3 markdown phase, and this is 3/3 distribution, right? So this is how smart money and dumb money is getting printed on and is getting trapped on, because people are not looking at the candles and deciphering them into the 5-minute cyclical candles to decipher them into the bigger candles and what they could represent truly, and they're not thinking about 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They don't want to print in the big ass box. They just give a fuck about the green candle, red candle, you know what I mean? I care about the 1/3, 2/3. I constantly say, watch out for the 3/3, right? I constantly say, you don't want to trade in the 3/3, right? Why? Because, you know what I mean? There's, like I said, there's certain places where, like hedge funds don't want to play. Like the pivot point, when we're testing the floor, right? That part I circled. But I guarantee you that they're playing right there, right? They're playing right there and they're leaving at the 12:20 or something once they get the confirmation or whatever. But all they care is about the cycle. All they care is about who's getting paid out, who's getting trapped, who's getting blah, based on cycle, time confirmation, and wind direction, and the pivot point analysis constantly. And from the open at 9:30 to the close at 4 p.m. That's all they're doing ever, constantly, every freaking second, every single 5-minute point of the checkpoint of the market. So, it is best to always practice to find the roof, to find the floor, to find the wind direction, to be like, oh, it's trying bullish, it's trying wind north from 9:30 to sometime 9:50 and 10. I marked the roof. Oh, the wind is trying midpoint. Oh, we broke the floor. Oh, now we're LOD, right? All this shit takes time. All this shit takes experience. But I'm telling you, if you do it and you do it and you do it and you look back one time, things are going to change in your life. And you're going to look back and you're going to be like, God damn, that was it. And, something actually finally changed because I decided to change. And I decided to change. And, you made the action and the decisions to change. And you learn from the things you do. Is why I constantly say, practice, practice, practice. All this shit has to tie in with everything. So, if one person might know one thing, that doesn't mean he's perfect at it, right? Yeah, there's so much things you gotta learn, but that does not mean go off on candles, right? That just literally means you gotta be able to be a man and a woman to deduct. Time is 12:35. Time is 12:35. The cycles are so tight, it's not really enticing for anything for me. The MACD volume is super tiny of the day, right? It was bullish from 12 to 12:20 when I went in, right somewhere here, 12:20. MACD was bullish, the candles weren't going, but they did go, and then it pulled back. Now it's just a shit show at the top of the Algo range at 11:55. Sorry, I ate. I feel way more energized now. I think I gotta do that way often, guys. I gotta eat and then talk because I talk like crazy sometimes when I get into it. When I'm printing and I'm energized like crazy. So, oh, no problem. Thank you all for asking. But yeah, isn't that such an interesting thought? Like, an interesting thing to say though. Like now that we're going up, right, from 11:55 into 12:35 at the minimum, right, or 12:20. If you draw the box now, I'm not saying this box is gonna be all perfect into the future.
I'm just saying, if you draw the box right now, you would see where the smart money printed, right? Which is where? You do the analyzation. They entered somewhere down here. They entered into the massive red candle, and they entered into the confirmation, and they what? They left into the massive green candle when the MACD was super green at 12:15, right? And then they what? They left to let them do whatever, and the market is cycling and is trying to go higher. But you get what I'm saying. But this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. If this is true, who's getting used right now? People that went short at 11:35, 11:40, 11:45, 11:55, right? 11:55, 11:12, 12, 12:05, 12:10, 12:15. They're all getting used into 12:35 because we bounced from the floor. LOD hope trap, right? I called out, and we are literally bouncing from the floor to 12:35 at the minimum, and these people are being trapped at 3/3 distribution phase. Time is 12. So this is 12:40 now. Actually, we're going higher into 12:40. So the bulls were right. It's just you have to hold that shit for 40 minutes, and then you get some sort of payout, right? Like to hold through the cycles when the market is severely volatile is absolutely hard. And the reason why they did this, right, is because they did absolutely sell crazy. They were supposed to bounce here. They just don't want people to be in long, so they just go up, down, make it look like they were gonna dump it, and then yeah, just bounce it slowly and slowly up until 12:40 at the minimum. At the minimum. So the wind is north or neutral since 10 on QQQ. The wind is north or neutral. Sorry, the wind is south or neutral since 10 on QQQ. The wind is north or neutral since 12 on SPY. So, they're both showing different things, meaning people are going to be confused. 12:40 rejection trying. After going higher into 12:37, rejection trying at 12:40, no confirmation shorting, but it is trying a short. I'm enticed for 1 minute, but I'm not in. There's barely any setups here. They're just killing contracts like big time, right? They're going up, they're going down, they're going up, they're going down, but like they're still going up since 12, right? The wind is still north. They were north or neutral since 12, but like they're going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, this is horrendous, right? To kill the long-term holders, whether they're calls or puts, right? But since 12, someone printed into 12:20, 12:40, whether they left at the 1/3, 2/3, or whether they left into 3/3. But you could literally see where the 3/3 would be if they reject. I'm not saying they're going to, but I'm just saying if they do, then you can deduct better into the future, right? But this is all I say. Until things happen in this market, it has not happened. Until the floor is broke, the shit did not break for 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? So like, this is how they get you. Right? You're hoping on that floor, floor about to break 2 cents, and then they don't break it. So this is absolutely, you know what I mean? Until the market does something, you literally say it has not done it. And if the market is doing something, like the 1 minute candle is showing a green or something, you call that out. You say, okay, it's bouncing, trying at 11:58, 11:57, but I don't know if it's a long yet. I need a confirmation, blah blah blah. And then if you get, time is 12:40. 12:40. Now this is dangerous stuff. They could be building liquidity to go higher, or nobody knows right now. Nobody knows right now. What we do know is the president is coming out in an hour and 30 minutes. That is what we do know. And the QQQ, it looks like there's a 1 minute gap on QQQ, and they're pushing north now. Right, there is a 1 minute gap on QQQ, and they're going high. SPY, I don't know if there's a gap. 12:40. Candles are wilding though. Alright, no volume, no MACD, just coming in for 1 single minute, but just going high into 12:40. Still, time is 12:40. Yeah. The only reason why I can chart it out like this and I could read the chart the way I read it now is because I used to not care about the time, and I used to not care about the cycles at all, and I would get crushed on puts and I would get crushed on calls constantly, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing wrong here actually? And like one day or like one afternoon, I just started sitting down after hours, and I just started crying, and I was like, let me just like, you know, start thinking about all the shit that I basically like got screwed on, if that makes sense. Like every single moment where it would revert on me, every single moment it would dump on me, every single moment it would pump on me, I would literally go read the chart and I'll be like, that is so weird, that time, that is so weird. Oh, what is that? Oh, look at that setup, blah blah blah. That is the only way I learned, by struggling and by crying like a motherfucker and just remembering, right? Time is 12:40. 12:40. There's a gap here on QQQ and they're going higher. I can't go long on that gap now, but that's weird. They could gap up and gap push up and then go fill IWM too. But visually, that's not beautiful. Visually, that's scary. The 5-minute is pushing up bullish though, so anything could happen here. Anything could happen right now. Time is 12:20. 12:40 basically going into 12:45. Man, the boxes are being extended now, right? Look who's getting hurt. The 3/3, right? 11:15 to 11:55 people. 11:30 to 11:12 people, right? Look who's getting hurt. Time is 12:45. So 12:40 is down there and 12:45 is up here. 12:45, 12:45. If somebody held since 12, you gotta pay out into that. Congrats, but like it's just how fucking hard do they make it for, you know, for people to hold through everything? Look at the MACD, crazy pump and then crazy pullback and then last minute into 12:45. So this is straight up sneaky stuff, and people get caught on the candles, right? People look at the candles and they're like, oh my, what the? And it's just like they could do whatever the hell they want right now, even right now. You know what I mean? Because the MACD is looking crazy. The 1 minute QQQ gap here, IW gap up there. It's just things are wild. We need a news catalyst. We need a news catalyst. I'll tell you guys though, the 1 minute gap thing is gonna take a lot more experience and a lot pain suffering to realize, because that shit is like actually like pro level shit. The algo trading is straight up pro level shit too, but like literally the 1 minute gap, because sometimes they make you hope on that going north, sometimes they make you hope on that going south, and like every setup is different, right? So sometimes it holds for 5 minutes, sometimes it holds for 2 hours, sometimes it holds for a whole day, and like it's crazy work. But literally like I've seen it a lot on QQQ, and the SPY does it when we're at like all time high, truly. But like, I haven't seen it recently on SPY, to be honest, or SPX. But QQQ, it seems like it's doing it all last week. $12.40 here. Building liquidity at the floor. Right, look at all this liquidity that's coming in on QQQ. This shit is new. Okay, this shit is new. So they're barcoding here, but I don't know if they're gonna go back up soon, or I don't know what they're doing, but they're building liquidity here to go somewhere. You could all see that. We're under POC. POC just touched 12.4. That is a crazy touch. What the that is a crazy kiss. Time is 12:50. QQQ trying to be more bullish than that now, or this is fake. The president coming live in 70 minutes. $12.50 rejection trying. I'm gonna go in short real quick. 1K. 1K. Time is 12:50. I'm gonna leave at the top of the algo range, 635.64 most likely. I'm at 1.12K now. I'm leaving right now. 1,150. Come on. $1,140 trying to book. I'm out. $1,120. Out. Quick scalp. $60 real quick. Tiny up before the move comes. Time is 12:50 now. Time is 12:50. 12:47 rejection into 12:50. 12:50 trying to bounce. 12:50 rejection into 12:50. 12:50 deciding what to do into 12:55 from down here. 12:50 deciding what to do. So I mean, I guess we could put it down here and say it's deciding basically. 12:50 deciding what to do into 12:55. 12:50 deciding. Time is 12:54. Another minute and 30 seconds. Big green candle coming. Time is 12:55 and 50 seconds. It's trying to move up from where we marked the arrow. The MACD completely dying now, both sides. Now it's coming in bullish into 12:50. 12:55 in 2 minutes. And they're going higher, trying. Going higher now. The MACD looks crazy for anything right now. I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy to go long or short. This shit is crazy. It didn't even hit the top of the Algo range, basically. Didn't even hit the top of the Algo range. Time is 12:55 and 43 seconds. It's crazy work, but it's trying bullish. Alright, these crazy pullbacks to go high, trying. Cycles are wild. $636.41, 561.53. From the bottom, it's a good run on QQQ2. Bottom is a good run. I don't know why we're not going higher. It's looking crazy. The candles are trying to look south to go high. It might be a good time to send the SPX put to call ratio again. Let's do that. We're in between a lot of things right now. A lot of puts and some calls left over now. $12:55 in 1 hour. President Trump is coming live at the White House with a important announcement. What that announcement is, nobody knows. But I mean, the market is primed for a lot. There's a lot of puts, a lot of calls, perfectly set up for whatever they are about to do. We are at the midpoint, basically where we opened. We are basically, we're above where we opened on QQQ. So I'm going to move this. Possibly Algo range is being touched. Algo range is being touched. Okay. 12:55. So the bulls are the ones in control right now. Hitting the bottom of the 940 Algo range. QQQ. Everything coming in bullish now. Okay. 562.01. So it was a long from 12. It was a good long from 11:55. You just had to hold 1 hour. 1 whole hour. Now the cycles are looking like this, right? Now the cycles are now looking like this. At least into this. And then at least into this. Right? Now look who's getting hurt, right? These boxes never lie, you know what I'm saying? Look who's getting hurt. The 330. right? The 3/3. So time is 12:55. They just took their sweet ass time doing that to get all the bears involved, and then they ran it up in an abnormal, basically. This is, look at this, 1250, 1250 rejection into 1250, 1250 bounce, and then 1250 decided to break at 1255 at the last single minute. So that is literally how they do it. You just have to hold through that shit, basically. Just crazy hold. Okay, let's go look at IWM. IWM has a 1 minute gap above. Let's see if we fill or not. Q IWM 1 minute gap at 233.48. Okay, if that goes and fills today, I'm gonna say most likely that is best safe exit. We do not have to go fill it today. Why? Because the environment is really bearish today. Not just today, over the weekend and last week. So we gotta just be careful. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Time is 12:57, signifying 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Let's see what happens here. The next algo range is 637.36. I am not long or short. I am just on the sidelines waiting for the coach. 12:55. That might be a best safe exit for now. At 12:56, we will see what happens. MACD volume is still bullish, so we might go run up a little bit more into like 103, 101, 10 something. But look at the 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3. The 3/3 people get trapped, right? And the theta work does crazy in this tiny ass move too. But it's at least going higher into somewhere here, it looks like to me. And it's like 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 or something. Okay. Let's see what happens. That is a LOD floor hope trap, if you ever seen one, right? If you got trapped on that, just remember that for the next time. Remember that for greatness. If you were printed on that, remember that for the future. Remember that, because you're not just out here printing because the candles are green. You're not just out here printing because you're getting lucky. You are actually making a deduction on setups. There is always a setup. You just have to open your eyes to be able to see it. You have to open your eyes to see it, the setup. But the setup is always there, right? And the point of this is to remember why. That is the point. Why? And to remember what. So if you understand that, you're going to do great and you're going to have a great time. If you don't understand that, that's why you're here. So you're doing great too. But just realize that what I'm saying to a philosophical degree. Philosophical degree. Okay, they're going a little bit higher into one. Alright, they might go a little bit higher into 103, 101, 102, but yeah, time is 1. Alright, all the everything was lining up. SPX put to call ratio, patience, we kept going lower, lower, lower. Time confirmation here was perfect. I just went way too early and I was scared it out, right? Somewhere here, but like, yeah. The setup is there. Everything is there. It's just you have to make the deduction. Time is 101. Time is 101 and the bulls are still coming into 101. Cycles are still going higher. It's showing something like this now. Right, 1/3, 2/3 markup phase, 3/3 coming. This thing could rip up. That is true. You know what I'm saying? The cycles could be extended and we can go up, 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 and go hit IW and gap. All I'm saying is there's a cycle to this shit. So if you see a small pullback or a small cycle with time confirmation confirming that something is happening, that is what is happening. Okay, time is 1:01. We are right underneath VWAP. We are trying to push it every minute still. Every single minute still. QQQ going higher into 102. SPY also went higher into 102. Time is 1:05 and 25 seconds. We went from 559 to 562. That is a nice, dude. That's literally the halfway of this little drop. If you really look at the graph today, we went up, we dropped, and then we went back up to the halfway of the drop, basically speaking. So whoever longed here basically got printed out halfway up on going calls too. It's just you have to go long and hold through that shit, basically. Time is 1:05. Time is 1:05. President Trump coming live in 55 minutes. Coming live in 55 minutes. Top of the algo range at 940, broken or at bottom. Ooh. 637, 562 on QQQ. MACD is pulling back slowly. That is interesting. Candles are still trying to pump it up. This is a small time rejection from 1 into 105. No confirmation shorting, just cycles are being created. 1 to 105. Squeeze candle is coming. It's trying, but squeeze candle is coming. IWM. IWM is going towards the gap, but is $1 away. Right, I feel like there's a pullback coming, but we don't have to. We could just run it. We're right underneath VWAP. The MACD looking so confusing. The 5 minute is still bullish though. On the 1 minute looking confusing like that, so more run than not saying is true. We are at VWAP already. The midpoint of this little drop actually being touched at the midpoint. Time is 1:10. Every single candle means every single thing right now. Every single candle means every single thing right now. We're at VWAP. No confirmation shorting, but they're just going higher and higher and higher with barely any pullbacks now. And we hit 635 exactly at 12. Hit the August 21st 4 p.m. lows at 635 and bouncing for now. Cycle's gone higher into 110 at the minimum. Cycle's gone higher above VWAP 110. Time is slight pullback coming. I'm not in. I need to wait for a confirmation or one. SPX is at 6,362. There's still a lot of puts. There's a lot of calls up there, but we're at the middle. We are right at the middle. Time is 1:10. Fuck. I'm going in 1.2k SPX. I missed it by a minute, but I don't care. I'm going in anyway. I'm in. Most likely an exit in a minute or two, and then it's gonna bounce. Alright, I'm out. $1,400. Booked. Booked! Booked! Let's fucking go! No confirmation shorting from VWAP, right? Best safe exit probably 113, 112, most likely. Most likely. Booked, 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 booked. Easy. $115. Inside 110 candle. I got off for like 1,360 or 80. Well, my shit spiked 1 single second anyway. $115. Algo range being played. Barcoding. Algo range being played. Bigger picture. 115 deciding whether to go lower into 120 or not. MACD coming in bearish. MACD coming in bearish or not. Or it's pulling back. Why do I have 150 marked? What the fuck? 115. 110 rejected and 110 bounced. It's 115 right now. Cycles are tight. Fast too. 110 bouncing too on QQQ. 115. Weird little bounce. What's happening? $115. The middle of the little drop. Time is 1:20 now. The cycles are super tiny. The bears are trying to push it, but like the bulls are also trying to push it too. Time is 1:17 now, 1:20. It really depends on if the 112 candle low breaks or holds. There's an algo range here. I don't even want to draw it because I don't want to piss people off, but there's literally an algo range here again at 110 to 110 happening again. Yeah, I don't want to piss people off. There's literally an algo range though. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? There's literally an algo range here. Then went lower from 110 into 110, 112. Abnormal cycle, and then, you know, abnormal cycle creating a range basically. This is annoying stuff, you know, when there's algo range, whatever, right? Algo range, algo range, algo range, and then they create another algo range. You know how people, you know how pissed people get. Like, you know what I mean? Imagine being in this right now, right? Long or short, and they're going up and down on algo ranges, and they break out on one and go to another algo range. Like, that is just fucking annoying. To trap more bears or something, or trap more bulls, I don't know. Cycle's pretty trash. But at least they went higher from 155 into, sorry, 1155 into 110. Now this is a cycle being created. Confirmation 2, go higher. Confirmation 2, go lower, basically. Time is 1:20.
Is my mic muted? Oh shit. I was talking for 20 or 10 minutes. I don't know how long my mic was muted, but thank you for saying that. I said it's most likely best safe exit for calls up here. How long was I not talking? Jesus Christ. Yeah. I flipped the VWAP. Cycles are extending. I said it's somewhere, most likely best safe exit somewhere here, but they're going higher into time is 130. This is 125 breakout into 130. We are breaking out above the Algo range. Damn, thank you for saying that. My mic was muted for I think a long time. Bruh. Okay. I'm trying to get a put here, but the risk is crazy. Just on the Algo range, but they're going higher and higher and higher. Right, and they already went back to the Algo range, so my entry's gone. There's no shorting, basically. This is higher into 130 showing. Okay, this is technically showing as 125. Okay, QQQ might be hitting this as well. 636 or 563.15. Did you guys hear me earlier say that, like, this might be liquidity to go higher though? Like, damn, I don't know how long my mic was muted. The time is 1:30. Right? People from 11:55 is having the time of their lives right now, right? This is literally floor to the roof now. Floor to the roof. Okay, screw the midpoint. This is basically the roof almost. 130 going higher into on QQQ as well. Spike candles are coming on SPY and QQQ. I don't know if this top of the algo range is going to hit, but SPY is going higher than that. 130. Yeah, thanks for saying that. He said I wasn't talking for a good 10 minutes. Yeah, it's not good. Time is 10:30. In between the 9:40 a.m. algo range on QQQ, broke out of the 9:40 top and bottom on SPY into 130. President Trump is live in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, when I exited here, I really don't know if you guys didn't hear or not, but I was like, they just rejected from 110 to 110, 112, and there's some abnormal cycle, and then we're going here, and I was like, we might break out here or not. But I guess my mic was muted the whole fucking time, so sorry. I was wondering why the view count was going down slowly. I was like, what's going on? But like, thank you for that. Time is 1:30. We are past the middle, the midpoint. We are basically somewhere near the roof now. This is almost going towards the roof from the bottom, the floor. So the question is, when does the 3/3 kick in for this cycle going higher, right? That's the question. It is still going higher. 636.88. Alright, because look at this. I literally called out this MACD too. I was like, look at this MACD. It started blah blah blah. Look at this, dying, big, weird. They're using this liquidity to do something. And then, yeah, I guess my mic was muted the whole fucking time. But some people printed on long. Even though my mic was muted, they were able to deduct themselves, which is good.
Time is 1:31. Time is 1:31. There is no confirmation to short, other than there was a confirmation to long at 125 into 130. 125 into 130. So it is deciding. It is deciding. The volume is more bullish than not. QQQ had a nice V recovery as well. Market is wilding today. Market is wilding right now. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group again. Time is 1:30. Top of the Algo range being broken on QQQ. Wow. Now the calls are coming through out of nowhere. Wow. Top of the Algo range broken. Time is 1:35. Went higher into 1:30 at the minimum. So now this cycle is turning into an even bigger bullish cycle, something like this. Right? All these people down there got used basically. All these puts got used for this move too. Time is 1:30. Man, the calls had a massive run. Did they not? Oh my god. This is literally the floor, LOD floor, to we're at the basically above the midpoint. We're at the roof now. This is the LOD right near the floor, and now we're at the roof at 1:30. Candles are nuking now. Oh my lord. 1:35. Now that is 1:35. No confirmation to go lower, just confirmation to go higher. Every single 5-minute candle trying to break out and blow up. I am not in the long. I'm also feeling FOMO to the point that I want to go short, but I'm waiting now. Right? MACD coming in crazy bullish. Crazy bullish. And we have the White House coming live in 25 minutes. The White House coming live in 25 minutes. Let's go look at IWM and see where the gap is. IWM gap is near 630, 233, 47. It's very close. Right? Look at how far we went down, and then look at how far we went up. That from the true bottom on IWM2, from the floor. Look at that shit. LOD. So the bulls are the ones in control here. Looking like no confirmation to short. IWM has a gap above. Let's see. Let us see. Time is 1:35. This is is crazy. It turned into a severe bull trap and it turned into a severe bear trap. That is absolutely nuts. Right? Today is absolutely nuts. Jesus Christ, they're running it into 135. Hmm. Time is 140 and they're going higher into 140. Time is 140. This is 135 push somewhere here into 140 as well. Whoa. No, will the wind direction flip north? will the wind direction flip north? That is the question. It is so bullish now. What happened? My lord. Broke through every single algo range except the 10 a.m. one. That is disgusting work. Man. People printed big going down, people printed big going up again. Man. Gary said, literally caught the puts from the weekend, now caught the puts calls from the bottom, turning up, turning to be the best 2 days of the past 2 months. That is amazing to hear, Gary. I hope you understand though, right? All this, there is a deeper meaning behind it, right? And there are more things to come. Just realize that time is 140 and they're going higher. Holy sh. The bulls are in super control. Top of the algo range and bottom of the algo range trying to touch at 140. That is crazy. Wow. I'm about to take a short. This shit might be crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm in for 1.4k, 1.38. We are going higher. into the news catalyst 140. Let's do a vote. Oh my. Top of the algo range hit. Bottom of the algo range hit. 10 a.m. Who thinks this is gonna go higher? Who thinks this is gonna go lower? I have 3 contracts, not 2. Okay. Everybody vote right now. Everybody vote right now. Is this gonna go higher? Is this gonna go lower from right now? 140 right now. Poll time. Okay, community poll. We're gonna see what happens into 2 p.m. when President Trump comes live, basically. Community poll is being done right here. Oh shit. Okay. I'm probably gonna hold this shit into the news conference. I do not recommend. There is no confirmation to short absolutely at all. I have a feeling that we're gonna touch this shit and reject though. Let's see. We had 10 people vote higher, 5 people vote lower in the WhatsApp group. YouTube says. Chris says higher. Danny says pullback. Mel says I should set a stop loss. Charlotte says higher. Big Tanya says big pullback. Tanya says pullback. Yours says higher and lower is not important in my opinion. Don is I think lower. Chris says. John says higher. John says pullback. Vlad says higher. It's just a community poll. It is not important. It's just to see the market sentiments as well. Going into 140. Going into 2. 140 rejected. 145 trying to bounce at 143. 145 still bouncing into. Trying to the next checkpoint higher. Okay. 145 is here. Breaking out. Bulls art showing into 145. Still 145. The bulls. Let's see what happens. Okay, the live stream is on from the White House. Or it was on the podium for a minute. They're coming back to it, I guess. 145. Man, data is cooking. Trying. Data is trying to cook. Time is 1:50. Tiny ass head and shoulders forming. Nothing really. Nothing going on. 150. No pullback. It's about to go over 638.88. Trying so hard. Time is 1:45. I need a pullback here. It's crushing. Okay, I'm gonna add one more. 1.6k. I'm gonna try to get out at like 6. God damn, data doing work. Every single candle bouncing, doing crazy work. $150. Just give me a big ass red candle, come on. Evaluating the 10 a.m. algo range. MACD growing bearish, candle going higher. We've had no pullbacks, barely, since 120. Since 120, so for 30 minutes. Oh damn, that's loud. Super loud. Come on, baby girl. Just fucking roll her down to 155, 153. That's all I need. 1 minute. MACD coming in bearish. Candles are following. Right, not the candles following the MACD, the candles following, or the MACD following. You know what I'm saying? QQQ, 1 minute gap down. Come on. I'm at 1.6k exactly. The president coming live in 10 minutes. QQQ gap filled and is pushing lower. Green candle coming. QQQ gap filled. Bears are coming. Best safe things are coming up. Someone, JPA Trade said someone just picked up $10 million worth of SPX puts at 12:35. That shit's funny as fuck. 12:30. Yeah, I'm at 1.8k. I'm about to leave in a minute. That shit's mad funny, bro. He probably got screwed though. When did he buy? 12:35. Man, I'm leaving in 1 minute, guys. I'm in profit now. Try to book it at 2k. At 1.9. Here we go. Come on. Time is 155. 150 rejection into 155. I told you there was no pullback, right? And now we're pulling back. Come on. I just need one nice red candle. That was nothing for me. Let me cook. 155 bounce trying cycle is trying to confirm for something. Look at the MACD. This shit bearish as hell. Just go. Come on. Let's fucking get it done.
I'm about to leave soon. Let me focus here. Just film me. I'm trying to fucking run. Come on! Alright, I'm out. 1,880 out. Out. We out, boys! We out, boys! We go to Longhorns today. We go to Longhorns today. No, I'm kidding. That's funny as fuck. Damn, now it's at 2K. Fuck, now it's at 2K. Now it's at 2K. I wanted that. I wanted that exit. Okay, now it's 2 p.m. President Trump's coming live now. Let's focus now. Everybody focus, okay? Everybody, you know, make your deductions. Everybody close out your positions. Make your positions. The president of this country is coming out live in a couple of minutes. 10 to 20 minutes. 15 minutes or something. Let's see. Time is 2 p.m. Right, no pullback, and they actually pulled back from the top of the Algo range, and we did a community poll, right? We did a community poll literally at the top. Top of the Algo range. I'm happy with small scalps. I understand I didn't get the whole fucking ride. I understand I didn't get the whole fucking ride up, right? But like, I'm okay with the fact that I scalped from here to here. I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay. I scalped here. I'm okay. I missed out here. I'm okay because we got tomorrow too. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is every day type of thing, folks. It ain't just a one-time done deal. You know what I mean? Like, holy fuck. We went up, we went down, and we went up. Crazy. Crazy. Let's not lie. Why? Killing everyone that's against the trend. Killing everyone that's against the trend, right? And everyone that's deducting, everyone that's literally not speculating, that's deducting off of certain things, like IWM gap, is printing. Like, fucking nuts. Let's go look at IWM. Almost gap filled. So, this should probably, I'm gonna count that as gap fill, I ain't gonna lie, it's very close, but yeah. Time is already 2. Let's see, presidential live stream could push up a little higher, or not. Time is 2. 150, lower into 155, lower into 2. 2 p.m. trying to bounce. 2 p.m. trying to bounce. Right? No pullback, and then they pulled back. So now this is more healthier than the earlier. You know what I'm saying? You know how unhealthy this shit was? You understand why I took a SPX put right here? I understand that could have stayed up. I understand data could have killed me, but like, it was killing me, by the way. It's just no pullback, and then pullback, and then now deciding. I don't even know if that's a real pullback, but yeah, pullback. Now deciding. Time is 2. Time is 2. I'm glad though. Everybody is up decently today. Everyone is up. Hefty looks like. Looking at the pictures they have sent, somebody's up 4.9K off of 1K today. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I ain't gonna fucking front. Someone's up 4 grand with 2K or some shit. That's crazy, bro. With 636 calls, he was in 20 contracts, right at the true bottom. That's beautiful shit. Seriously. Time is 2. Apparently, there's a person sending out bot messages in our group. All that is fake. Just please realize, Time is 2:02. 2 p.m. bounced.
205 is here in 22 seconds, deciding what to do. After a slight pullback, they boomed up in one candle, and is deciding what to do at 205 into 210. 205 is here. 205 is here. Isn't this shit like fun though? Isn't this shit like calm fun? You know what I mean? You could deduct calmly. You could print calmly. You could have fun watching it, and you could be okay calmly because this shit is literally like if you can't look at this shit and understand, you know what I'm saying? Like like bro, if you don't even draw times and cycles and like all these lines and all these boxes and all this shit, like bro, you are truly out there speculating. I'm literally saying that like because I know this shit with my heart. Like I know this shit from my heart. Right? I know people that are here that are you know what I mean, doing great is doing great because of their deductions. That's all I could possibly say, but I'm telling you, there's people that are trapped here. There's people that are trapped here, you know. But there's people that printed, people that printed, people that printed. You know what I mean? It's because they got it right. But I'm telling you, most of the majority of the world got trapped here. Most of the majority of the world got trapped here. Why do we know that? Because of the volume, the VWAP, everything telling us, POC telling us the volume's up there, right? Everyone got trapped here. The volume POC down there too, and then we run up. So literally, the majority in the world is hoping, speculating crazy on the roof, on the floor, on the bull versus bear, but like it's never that. It's always cycle. It's always time confirmation, and it is always, are we gonna break the roof? Or are we gonna stay in between the two pivot points that we have set currently? Right, it could change. Or are we gonna break the floor? Means 33.3% chance versus 33.3% chance versus 33.3% chance. I am not trying to be Asian here with this math shit. I'm literally saying if you sit there and think about it, statistically speaking, right, brothers and sisters, it is literally, it's 1/3 versus 1/3 versus 1/3. It is never 1/2 versus 1/2. It is never green candle versus red candle. It is never, you know, oh my gosh, bulls versus bears. It's never that because it's always what are these make, you know, what are we making people think about? What do we think about? What do we know with setup? And what we do with setup. And only with setup. That's it. And time confirmation, cycle, everything, right? There was a time confirmation here to short, by the way. It's just I went way earlier and then I added one when they were rejecting, but yeah. You understand what I am saying. This is 205. 205, 205 rejection. This is 2 to 2. So there is a something going on here. Range maybe possible as well. MACD volume coming in bearish. Time is 2:05. This better be economy related, because the unusual whales on Twitter was like, oh, major Trump news, but like they only said that because the White House said that, but like yeah. Now they're going lower. Time is 2:05 from the top. Ooh. I don't want to chase, but like maybe one wouldn't hurt, honestly. Man, that shit would be at 2.1k if I held everything, but like I'm not holding that shit, bro. That's crazy. Do that fucking jump too, do that bounce and you hold through that, that's absolutely nuts. I'm not holding that from all the way up there. I'm fucking leaving. Oh my lord. These people are so good at getting you, you know, tempted to come in, whether it's long or short. Like, man, it's always when you get in that these people can just continuously hurt you or some horse shit that they do. But seriously, dangerous stuff out here. And I'm sorry for my language, guys. I'll watch my mouth. But I'm just saying, I get excited too. All of this is very, very chaotic. All of this is very, very. Now watch my mouth. I shouldn't be cursing. Time is 2:10. 2:10. Time is 2:10. 2:05 bouncing. We had a maybe a 15-20 minute bearish cycle from 145 into 2:05. That's all it shows. It doesn't mean anything. Just the 1 minute candles are showing us that. This could be building liquidity to go higher too. Right, IW and gap never filled too, so you can't be just bearish just on the candles, right? All of the candle shows is that we were bearish for literally 5-10 minutes, so there's a gap here too. IW and gap again. So they love to gaps. They love to leave gaps everywhere, but I guarantee you this one will fill more likely than not sooner rather than later. But let's see. SPY and QQQ still going lower. Time is 2:08. So you remember how we pulled back and I was like, oh, they finally pulled back, and I was like, I don't know if that bounce is real or not, but like we actually pulled back finally. Looks like that pullback was fake, and the true pullback is coming somewhere. I don't know where it is exactly, right? But that's just what it looks like to me. You know what I mean? Just because it looks like to me does not mean it's gonna be, obviously. Just know that too. But we'll leave it somewhere like that. We'll leave it somewhere like that. If you guys like what we are doing here, we do this every single day. This is intraday live market, intraday live index strategy, right? Analyzing and doing whatever you want. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. I just help people deduct because I am a deductor. I am not a speculator or a hoper. So if you like that type of stuff, please hit the like button, and hopefully you guys are doing good so far and today, just like yesterday or just like on Friday. Sorry, by yourself individually. But yeah, thank you all very, very much for being here. We have 190 people, 184 people, and the White House is supposed to come live within the next 10-20 minutes, so we will see what happens. Time is 2:10. We are having a pullback off the roof, right? Technically speaking, right? What did I say when we pushed up like crazy? What did I say? I said this is most likely roof hoping now, right? Most likely roof hoping. I said that as we were going up. I don't know if somebody like remembered, but I remember saying it somewhere here or somewhere here. They went higher and higher and higher, right? And then now roof hope is getting hurt too. And we are having a big ass wedge on QQQ and SPY, right? So let's see what happens. There's a humongous wedge being created on SPY and QQQ. We might break out of the wedge at the end of the day, or at, in like 30 minutes or by 3 p.m. But yeah, we just need to watch the wedge. We will draw the wedge. Let's see what happens here. Time is 2:10. 2:10 is bouncing at 2:10 trying. There is a gap here on QQQ. QQQ 1 minute gap. Excuse me. Time is 2:10. The MACD was look at that, super bullish, right? The line is being super detached into 140, 145, and then everything started pulling back. And now we're at the middle. The MACD is neutral. This is basically neutral. Bears versus bulls. 50-50 happening right now. 50-50 right now. Time is 2:10. Time is 2:10. Let's see, the SPX put to call ratio. I'm going to send that in the group. He is always late. Cannot send it. It seems like he is most of the times a little bit late rather than early. Could do a, let's see. So we went a little bit lower since our community poll. The president will come out and we will see a presidential pump or a presidential dump. Let's see in chat. Do we get a pump? Do we get a dump? on the presidential live stream. All right, everybody vote. This is the last vote of the day. Last vote of the day. This is the last vote of the day. Presidential pump, presidential dump. If we could see it in the YouTube chat too, that would be dope. Okay, time is 2:15. Time is 2:15. QQQ 1 minute gap has filled. IWM 1 minute gap has not filled. 5 people voted, 6 people voted pump, 2 people voted dump. Let's see. Charlotte said pump. Steven says pop, then drop. And Justin says dump. Yeah, this is the initial reaction when he first comes live. So anything that happens before, we will not count it unless it dumps like crazy or unless it pumps like crazy. But yes, this is, yeah, we will see as the president comes on. A presidential dump or presidential pump. We call it a Trump pump or a Trump dump, right? But yeah, now it is 2:15. The news catalyst coming out. So we have 13 people that voted pump in the group chat, 4 people that voted dump. That is a humongous number. So hopefully the majority is right? Hopefully we'll see some sort of some sort of side win here. Okay, YouTube, we have a lot of people voting now. Okay, let's see. Chaos says dump. Spoon says it's gonna go sideways. Don says it's gonna dump. PJ says pump. Don says pump because I'm in call. Someone also said that in our group chat too. Yeah, wishing you guys good stuff, right? Good luck, I mean. Yeah, this announcement was basically scheduled yesterday at like 10 p.m. and it's supposed to be a quote-unquote important announcement. So nobody knows what this is about. No one knows if this is on the economy. No one knows if this is politics. No one knows if this is tariff-based, but people are thinking it's, tariff or economy or something, Fed something, but It could not be as well. Like, nobody really knows what's really going on with the news. We are breaking the trend line. We're trying to dump. Time is 2:17. Not dump, but like we're breaking the trend line lower. Okay. We are not dumping. This is not a dump. My bad for my word. This is not a dump. This is just a tiny ass red candle breaking the trend line. Okay. 215 lower into 220. It is a mistake to call this a dump, right? I'm not gonna call it until it happens. So yeah, it's just looking like a red candle forming, but it's nothing until candles form, until candles stack, until candles break VWAP. I don't know. We're pulling back since the community poll. That's all I know. We are perfectly pulling back since the top of the algo range at 638.95 at the community poll, right? Bottom of the 10 a.m. candle, and then we're pulling back into 220. So one hell of a fucking short too. Somebody held that shit too, but like literally, I'm not holding that. I'm not holding that from the top of that shit. I'm only playing one cycle, and then if they, when I was talking, I was blabbering. Yeah, I could have went, but yeah, I don't care. Time is 220. I don't need to trade every single cycle too. So let the president come on, and we'll see. God bless this country. Let the president come on, and we will see. We have 195 people watching, 127 likes. Thank you all very, very much. Let's get the like buttons up if you have not already. Time is 2:20. Candles are just coming in, tiny red. Candles are just coming in, tiny red. The MACD could be pulled back at any second. It could literally pull back any second. Now the candles are stacking, trying. Now the candles are stacking, trying. I'm probably going to call a best safe exit most likely if I see a big ass red candle or two. I am not in long or short. I don't know if it's going to go longer or lower or higher. All I know is this shit looks like a HOD hope, so I called out what it is. And now we don't know what the fuck's going to happen, so I'm not going to say it's going to go lower. I'm not going to say it's going to go higher. I'm going to call out when I see shit. Right, that shit might be 15 seconds delayed, but yeah. At least it'll give you some sort of confirmation, confidence, not biased talk based on candles. Time is 2:20. Time is 2:20. We are right above VWAP. We are below the trend line. We are below the trend line that we drew. This is some sort of a actual pullback now. Some sort of a actual pullback from 150 into 220 at the minimum. So now look what's happening, right? We're going to draw the box, right? 1/3, 2/3 going lower, right? 1/3, 2/3 going, sorry, 3/3 going lower. Does that make sense? So who got hurt? Okay, I'm going to draw it up. This is 1/3, 2/3 smart money institution. Right? They are the markup phase of the cycle, of the bullish cycle, right? This is the 3/3. I don't want to call it dumb money, but like, people call it dumb money, smart money versus dumb money. I'm pretty sure you guys have all heard of it, but this is retail money. This is dumb money, retail. Okay? This is the distribution phase of the cycle. Right? This thing could be applied going south too, right? 1/3, 2/3, 1/3, 2/3. I can't even talk. 1/3, 2/3. Smart money, markdown phase of the cycle, of the bearish cycle, right? And then this is the 3/3, dumb money / retail distribution phase, right? Where if the thing bounces, people could get trapped, people could get hurt. What you do is you risk analyze, you risk reward analyze depending on the cycle you are, looking at the bigger cycle, depending on the fact that you didn't break the floor, blah blah blah, multiple environments, right? To play in the 1/3, 2/3 as much as you can. You try not to play in the 3/3. You can. It's just if you are, you should be way more risk reduced than where you are in the 1/3, 2/3. You should be able to move like water, not hope on one side. You should be able to leave ASAP if anything goes against you, which is why it's called the 3/3, right? And then you could risk reward that as well going south. And then there's a bounce coming at 220. So we will see what happens with that. 225 in 9 seconds. 225 in 9 seconds. 225. That's it. Every single day. Cycle, confirmation, pivot points, time confirmation, wind analysis, trend direction. Every single day. We are in a wedge. Big intraday wedge. Big intraday wedge. 220 bouncing into 225 trying. We are at the trend line. Let's see what happens. We have 204 people watching. The president is coming live, or should be, within 20 minutes. John says, yeah. Send that news in the WhatsApp group if it's confirmed. Yeah, CNBC says President Trump will make an announcement soon. According to some sources, it is about the Department of Defense as well as something about the Space Command moving its headquarters. We will see. The market is at 638.09. We are above VWAP. We are basically where we opened, above where we opened on SPY. QQQ is way more above than where we opened. Basically, we opened at say 561. We're at 563. SPY 636. We're at 637, 638. Green day for now. I mean, it is a green day. I mean, for now. It is a green day. I don't think we're gonna go break LOD in literally an hour and 30 minutes. So, we are at the middle. We are more towards the roof than the middle, but we are in between the middle and the roof. We will see how it closes today. We went to 6:40 in the morning, and we went to 6:34 in the afternoon, and then we are in between at 6:38 with a lot of calls, a lot of puts down below and down above, or up above. 225. The MACD bear side pulled back completely now since 2. Right, the MACD completely pulled back since 2, and then we somehow went lower into 220, and we're bounce trying. The MACD volume is neutral. It's not bullish, not bearish. The candles are coming in red. Up the trend line. So if we get a consecutive candle and we break the low of the 220, then we might go lower into 230, 227, but until it happens, it does not happen. So it's trying to happen. Time is 2:30 in 1 second. 2:30. Breaking lower, looks like it's gonna go a little bit lower, but it's like the tiniest shit ever. So maybe a couple of minute trade there, maybe. MACD is so small. The MACD is so it's literally the smallest it's been throughout the entire day. That is not good. It's been 1 hour since we did the community poll. VWAP coming possibly. I think VWAP's coming right now. Most likely VWAP's here. Okay, VWAP's gonna be best safe exit, most likely coming. If it does. If it does roll, is what I said. You guys are about to see how this box gets extended southward now in real time. I'm pretty sure. I'm not in shit right now. I'm just saying, if it does roll, VWAP will be best safe exit. But I'm just saying, if it does go roll down a little bit, then this cycle will be extended, and it will be hurting these calls. So I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not saying it's gonna bounce. I'm not saying I'm saying I don't know right now. But I'm saying if it does, I'm gonna draw the box lower. I don't know. I'm not in shit. I think the risk is there for calls and puts right now. So why? There's a lot of bears here. There's a lot of bears here. So. This 230 went lower than 220. Let's see if that means anything. $230 time is 230 bounce shrine. So yeah, I don't know if people saw the market update video I put up yesterday, but what I said stands out true, right? We have a gap above. Things are bearish, but we have this tariff news coming out that's good, meaning the market's going to be super volatile. We got to be, most paramount thing is to move like water, right? To basically switch sides when the market says the wind direction is this way, the market says people are getting trapped here for this, right? How paramount is that, right? What did we do today? We ran up, we went to the floor, we ran up from the floor to the roof, and we pulled back. SPY, what did SPY do? We ran up, we went to the floor, we broke the floor, LOD, puts got spiked crazy, right? And then what? We ran from the floor on QQQ to the roof, right? We ran from the floor, LOD, to the roof, basically, on SPY. If you look at the bigger picture, this is what? Floor hoping here, this is the midpoint, this is the roof, right? So we did go to the roof from the floor. It's just, this is absolute, you know what I'm saying? This is absolute mega billions of, power. Market, we're doing this together live because why? People and market is deducting live together. There are people out there, the majority of the people in the world, right, is literally speculating. They're going against the trend and they're just going one way or another because they're bull or bear. But we move like water. We're Jet Li. You know what I'm saying? We are Jet Li. We are Jet Li. Okay, that's literally it. Time is 2:30. Balance into 2:30. This could be fake or real. All right. This is small cycles happening. Let's just focus. That's all I could say. Small cycles happening. Let's see what happens. But yeah, good stuff. Good beginning to a great month and a great week ahead, most likely September. First week of September, we're gonna have a lot of volatility. So uncertainty is our best friend. When people are confused, when people are scared, when people are euphoric, that is literally when we focus, right, to the absolute max and we do our best, and that's literally all it takes at all times. At all times. So 235 time is 235. We have 205 people watching, and the president live stream is not coming live yet. Been waiting for 35 minutes. They are supposed to come out at 2, but they come out whenever they want. So expect this thing to come out at 2:45, 2:50, or 3 maybe. Every time. So late. Time is 2:35. 2:35 inside the 230 algo range. Right, whatever this is. Small cycle algo range happening. Right, it's not really important in terms of the big picture, but we drew out the algo range in the morning, right? 9:40, we drew that out at 9:45. We drew out the 10 at literally 10:05, and then look what happened all day long. And we drew out 10:55 when it happened. Look what happened all day long. That shit is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it is crazy how we went up, we dropped through everything, and then we ran through everything except the top one, and then we just dropped back. Like, that is, man, that is an absolute day. That is an absolute, today's a market maker day. Like, every day is a market maker day, but like, yeah. Man, one day we're gonna be the market makers. Yeah, I love it. So you gotta think like that, though. We have to think like that. We are the market. Right? We are the market makers, and we are the market makers. You know what I mean? Realistically speaking, we are deductors live. So time is 2:35. There's market has no direction right now because he's not on. We have no idea where to go because he's not on yet. The market is just slowly losing steam from 150 top. The overextended or the roof touch. And now VWAP is most likely. I don't want to keep saying VWAP because, you know, the volume keeps turning on and off, on and off. A VWAP is best safe exit. I called that out 10 minutes ago. It's about to hit, most likely. I called that out 7 minutes ago, right? At 228 VWAP, most likely best safe exit, and now we are at VWAP. Time is 2:35. They're like, I thought they were gonna go here, but they clearly overextended the cycle, and then they created some weird ass cycle to get more people, and then yeah, get more people as in get more bears, get more bulls. Meaning it's not, you know, it's not a guarantee that once they go to VWAP it's gonna flip down too. You know, that's literally best safe exit, technically speaking. One max profit probably cycle. And look at that hold too, bro. If I held that shit, I'd be up crazy right now. If I held that shit at 639, I don't even want to go look at how much puts are right now because I would be up fucking crazy today. Like, the amount of times I didn't hold today is astronomical. That fucking put, you want me to tell you how much that put went to? You want me to tell you? You won't even believe it. You won't even believe it. All 4 contracts would be at 3K right now, bro. And I put in 1.4K. All 4 contracts. All 4 contracts would be at 4K right now when I got the put and people were like, you're crazy. Right? People were calling me crazy in the WhatsApp group. People were calling me crazy in the WhatsApp group, but you know what I mean? This is why it's so hard to trade, because you're literally going against what the majority is thinking sometimes and sometimes not. That's literally options game, though. Options, whatever game going on. It's crazy work setup. I mean, look at how hard it is to hold through that shit too. But there's someone out there in the world and someone in the group right now in the YouTube chat that held through that entire thing too. Guarantee you. Guarantee. Right, look at how hard it was from 220 to 235. They killed calls on that too, or what? Like, what is going? Yeah, they killed calls on that. So they killed calls, they killed puts, they killed calls, and then they're about to probably kill calls into close. Does that make sense? Like, they killed the puts in the morning, they killed the calls big time, right? So calls killed, puts killed, calls killed. Go look at the SPX, that's what it looks like. And then now they're about to kill the puts somehow into close, most likely. I mean, one side's gonna win. I don't want to say, they're gonna kill the call, they're gonna kill the puts, but yeah, that's what the setup looks like. Some nasty shit, but I mean, every day is nasty as fuck work. So 235 into 240. We are at VWAP. 235 rejection at the top of the algo range on QQQ into 240 as well. You see that? 940 algo range on QQQ. So QQQ only had 3 algo ranges today, right? You see this? 940, 10, and then 1155. 240. I don't know what hedge funds call it, but in our group we call that an algo range. So whenever you guys hear us talk about an algo range, we're most likely referring to the 8:30 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. PPI CPI candles that make a 5-minute algo range, or we are most likely talking about a 1-minute candle that is representing the same 5-minute mark that is bouncing and rejecting, that represents an algo range. So if you are hearing that for the first time, just get more experience by just being here in our next live stream, and most likely than not we will see it again happen. Time is 2:40. 2:40 is deciding what to do into 2:45. The MACD volume is confused on the 1 minute. The 5 minute says we are making a huge feed today. We are bearish into close still, so we could go a little bit lower and then we might go higher and kill the puts off into close. That's what I'm thinking, because why wouldn't they if they can? But we'll see. President Trump not coming on. Oh, what a good day. What a good day. How did everyone do today? Green, red. Spike candle coming, hitting the bottom of the algo range. Top of the algo range at 940 looks like. VWAP touched. Look at that best safe exit fucking touch. VWAP touched, right? Look at that shit. Look at that touch. Oh my god. That is crazy perfect. Right on the algo range too. Man. Look at that best safe exit call out that I made 15 minutes ago. Man. SPY gap down 1 minute. 1 minute candle. Intraday gaps exist today. IWM also has a gap above today. At there's 2 gaps. Right, one here, and then one here. QQQ has no gaps. Everything filled. SPY has a gap. Let's go look at SPX real quick. SPX. Sometimes, you know, it's very interesting because you see a gap on SPY, you don't on SPY. And then you see a gap on SPX and you don't on SPY. So there's a gap here too on SPX. 1 minute gap. And they're trying to show lower now still. Time is, look, QQQ filled that, but SPY did not. SPX did not. Time is 2:45. So 2:40, rejection in 2:45. Time is 2:45, 2:43. Deciding what to do into 250 from down here. From the top of the 950 Algo range on SPY. Okay. Man, they went to VWAP so easily, no? They went to VWAP so easily. That shit was literally perfect, best safe exit call out. For now. That is crazy. Look at that pullback from 150 to 245. It took one whole fucking hour too. It took one whole hour, or it took 2 hours to run up. It took 12 to 1250. We were here, 1250 to 150. And then 150 to 245. So 55 minutes. It's interesting. We hit VWAP. That is the most important thing. Now some sort of mini game happening. Now we have to focus absolutely because there's some sort of small cycle game happening now. Yeah, VWAP perfect touch at 243, 245. He is not live. Still. So the cycle did go lower into something like this. Okay. Let's go take a look at the SPX. Put to call ratio. Man, this is the ultimate presidential fake out we're getting. Ultimate presidential fake out we're getting right now, guys. Man. Okay, I didn't see you guys say you guys were green or red earlier. Let me go look now. Riley said green, Chris said green, Public Prank said green so far. Nice. John said I spent most of the day relocating my portfolio, so nothing on the daily, but unfortunately had a lot of unrealized gains year to date. Nice. Yours said I'm out of SPY short. I'm guessing somewhere near VWAP he took profit. Nice holding runner. Expecting a bounce here or 637. Venkat said exit from puts. How'd you take a loss? We should kept going down. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you very
Oh, he's
much.
on now. Let's
It's
go.
a very
Okay.
important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement. 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama.
Big boom coming.
Forever
SPY
to be
1 minute gap
known
filled.
from this point forward as Rocket City.
250.
Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama.
Milking
We love
trying, milking.
Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points.
So yeah, IWM.
I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right?
IWM gap filled.
We had a lot of competition for this, and
IWM gap filled
Alabama's
1
getting it.
right here.
Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody.
That
Katie,
is
congratulations.
crazy bullish. Look at the 1 minute candle coming in.
This will
Crazy
result
bullish.
in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions
Trump
of dollars
pump.
of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and
see if this
billions of
holds.
dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know,
thing
and
is running.
fantastic
thing
guy
is
all around.
running
He was
like
also a
crazy.
tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much.
Mike.
Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my
Crazy
first term,
pump.
we created.
Yo, what do
and
we
I
talk about?
created
We said
a thing
earlier
called
they killed.
Space
Well,
Force. So
we talked about
important.
earlier
You
they
know,
killed
we
the
were
calls, they
losing
killed the puts,
the
they
race
killed the
in
calls,
space
and now they're killing the
very
puts.
badly to China
my.
and to Russia, and now we're far and
Oh
away
my.
number one in
What a
space.
squeeze.
And reestablish Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our
Wow.
homeland. We initially selected
how they do
Huntsville
it.
for the
Guys,
Spacecom
this is how they do
headquarters,
it.
yet those plans were wrongfully
Remember what we talked about earlier?
obstructed by
Where
the
we're like,
Biden
oh, they killed the
administration.
calls, they killed the puts,
And as you know, they moved
killed
them
the
to a
calls.
different
Oh, look at that. Imagine
locale.
they killed the puts.
And
wow,
today
what
we're
the
moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this, and this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The
Wow.
problem I have with
That
Colorado,
is-
one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they
150
want
high
dishonest
breaking.
elections because that's what that
This
means.
whole cycle
So
turning
that
into
played
a
a big
bear trap.
factor also.
This whole
In
cycle,
Huntsville, Space Com
being
will play a
extended
key
now like
role in
this.
building the Golden Dome, as you know.
Something
That's
like
going to
this.
be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile defense shield. We're
nobody
going to
knows
be
how high.
having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best.
crazy
And by the way,
bullish,
Canada
crazy
called.
work.
They want to be a part of it.
Top of the
And
trend
that'll be
line
great.
hit.
But Canada wants very much to be included in that. And we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological
There might be
capabilities,
a
of which
rejection
we're
here because
way
of the trend
ahead
line.
of
There might be a
anybody
rejection here
else. There's
because of the
nobody
330,
close.
we might
Remain
go higher.
unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want.
God
She
damn.
said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but
Okay,
they're great
I'm in
patriots, I think even more so than
$570.
politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established
Time
the
is
Space Force at a time
2:55.
when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own
You see how the
assessments,
trend line.
and where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it
I think
should
it's
be
gonna
based
do
on
one
what
more
the
red
Space
candle and
Force,
it's gonna pump.
the Air
That's what I
Force,
think.
your leadership believes will give us
pullback.
strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama.
crazy pump.
We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary Hegseth said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in
expecting it to
Huntsville,
go higher
Alabama,
after this.
Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there.
After
We have
the
missile
scandal.
defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or
I'm
4
about
years
to
about
leave.
this. If I thought it needed to go
I'm leaving
somewhere
right
else
now.
because I understand the security of our
$630.
country, I'd be for
I'm leaving
that.
right now.
But the best place
$660.
for Space
$660.
Command
I'm out right
is
now.
Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to
I left. I'm
building
out.
a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah.
JD, would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate it, and ought to
day.
appreciate the fact that you can't win the
We
battle
might
of the
fly
future
after a
unless
pullback,
you control
but
the
some
skies.
sort of pullback
the
is happening right
cyber
now.
security,
Trend
the
line,
communications,
okay.
the entire infrastructure
range.
of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the
at the
president to
Algo
set up
range.
Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that, it's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. all indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you, and thank you for
MACD
doing this
pulling back.
because
Big
it was the
ass
right thing to
MACD
do.
spike pulling
All
back.
the when
Biggest
they
MACD
looked at
of
all
the
the
day.
numbers,
No, it's not.
Huntsville was the place
like
to
it.
go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out,
Second
but
biggest MACD
you
of
made
the
it
day.
right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high
We're
ground.
going a little bit lower.
What
Time
we're
is
doing
3
with
now.
moving the Space Command to Huntsville
I don't know.
is
Candles are
absolutely
coming in
critical to
weird.
our maintaining
Not break on
dominance
QQQ.
in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense, to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama
Look at
was number
IWR.
1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that.
Look at that
Thank
gap.
you.
IWM gap filled. There's only one gap now up here. This shit could
Listen,
not fill.
as chairman of the
until
Armed
the end of the day.
Services Committee, I care very
careful
much
with this
about
one,
what's
okay?
most important for
There
our
was 2 gaps
national
here, and it filled
security.
both of them.
And
from
the
IWM.
president
One here,
held
one
a
here.
nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just
Crazy. Every single time
over
he
the
talks,
last few
crazy
minutes
candle
literally
coming.
shot out a
Every single
boat,
time he talks,
a
crazy candle
carrying
coming.
boat, a lot of drugs in that boat.
3 p.m. bounce.
And you'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading
Maybe.
about that. It just happened moments ago, and
Every single
our
time he talks,
great
crazy
general,
ass candle green
head of the
coming.
Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking
Yeah,
out
it's wild, man. These
potential
cameras are wild
nuclear
right now.
power
They're
for
basically
a
wiping
long
out in
time
1
to
minute.
come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people They spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really?
You didn't see that?
You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff.
I'm glad it's
Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, but I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just, we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have, there's something going on, and it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin in the
Yeah,
past
I
week?
don't want to, I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yeah,
and what could those consequences
We're going to
be?
see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week, they lost 7,000, between the two countries, 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with it. They should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I said, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem. And we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful.
The Algo
and
range
it's been
is
a great
not being
team.
broken
And I would love
for
to
11
have
minutes.
Governor Pritzker call me.
Possibly
gain
from the
respect for
top
him
to bottom being
and say we
tested
do have a
again. I don't
problem,
know.
and we'd love you to send in the troops,
This is
because you know what?
unusualness.
The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, they were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago.
If this volume
Please,
gets completely
we need
eaten
help.
up and there's a big
We need
green
help. We
candle
can't
to
walk
break out
outside,
above
we're
this, then it
petrified.
is possible that we
If the
run
governor of Illinois would call
into
up,
315.
call me up, I would love
It's
to
either
do
that
it.
or we
now,
pull back
we're
from the
going
top
to
of the
do it
Algo range.
anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the
Algo
world.
range being broken up.
But, you know,
Time
we
is
took care of, this
3:15,
was a
so now
beautiful
it's
thing that
looking
happened
bullish
in
into
Washington because we
3:15 trying.
showed that it
In
could be
10
done. And
seconds, it's
this wasn't
3:15.
just sending big,
So look at
strong guys,
IWM.
and they are big and they are
NVIDIA,
strong.
Tesla.
You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do
IWM,
with
gap filled.
sort of talent.
Okay, this is
It had to
best
do
safe
with
exit. IWM.
you are
Gap filled.
put down
That's it.
based on merit.
Gap is filled. No
you
gaps
can
intraday
hire
anymore.
based on merit.
Okay.
So merit for a soldier or
likely
for a
this is best
policeman
safe
is
exit for cause.
strong, physically fit, something, you know, having a certain ability. Not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't
IWM
strong
gap
enough to
has
lift a
filled. It
gun
is
out of the
hypothetically
holster,
a
et
best
cetera,
safe
et
exit.
cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a
We
meeting
could go
with,
higher.
there had to be 300 people, and they were
what
all
is
very
true is that
impressive
was a
looking.
setup.
And when the bad guys see them,
Setup has been filled.
they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do
We
it
could go
elsewhere.
higher. Let's
But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, "Sir, we need help. It's out of control." And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals.
Mac,
These
you
are
coming in bullish.
hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore.
Look at this IWM
They're not going to
gap.
be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They
Right.
were born to be criminals.
There was a
and they're
gap here.
tough
1
and
minute
mean.
gap here.
And they'll cut your throat,
And it
and they
just
won't even
filled it.
think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place. And you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right?
Top
But
of
you
this
can
big
walk
green
right down
candle
the street
testing,
even by
250.
yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters
Everything has
not
been
only
killed.
of crime, but
Call
also
got
issues
killed,
that
put
matter
got
to
killed,
everyday
call got
American
killed, and then
people's
put got
lives.
killed.
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, oh, well, and then
Now,
after I
call
clean it
them-
up, they'll take
call
credit
it
for it.
stuff.
You know what they do is they take
killed
credit.
everything,
Like,
though.
we
I ain't gonna
cleaned
lie,
up
they killed everything.
Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great. He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes. But the main thing is we. But he got up and said we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat, but when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets, I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a
We
great
are
job.
breaking
Never.
out of the trend line
But
now.
nobody wanted to join any of them. We
More
were way
bullish than
below
not.
what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world
There's
right
a
now.
lot here.
Everybody's
Breaking out
talking
of the
about the
horizontal
USA.
support.
They're
The
talking
roof.
about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy.
10
We have
a.m.
a
Algo
very,
range.
very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our
MACD
country
ever slight slowly
is the
bullish.
richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise
Time is 3:20.
decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason
Time is 3:20.
somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the
3:20.
world,
We're back at
that
6:40.
they'd like to see us
6:39.
that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're
IWM
all
Iran.
heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video.
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's
higher.
cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's. In fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, "Love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof." And number one, they're sealed, and number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be. Where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe for the renovations.
Oh, something like this, actually.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open.
What are they talking about?
What you were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame
Well,
AI.
windows.
But also
Right,
they
bigger
create
cycles
things,
broken
you know?
into
It
smaller
works both
cycles. You
ways.
guys see this? One
If
third,
something
2/3,
happens that's
3/3,
really
and the
bad,
smaller
maybe I'll have to
cycle,
just blame
1/3,
AI.
2/3, 3/3,
But there's
bearish
truth
cycle,
to it
and then
because I
bullish
see so
cycle,
many
1/3,
phony
2/3,
things. I saw
3/3.
something as I was growing
I
up
was just
from the
drawing
time I
bigger
was a
boxes,
baby
the
till
smaller
now. I
boxes,
said,
all of it in the bigger box.
who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you.
Time is
But those
3:20.
windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why don't I follow up with what you were saying
What are we
regarding
talking
that
about
federal
now?
appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
You called it highly partisan in your
Well, it
social media
certainly
posts.
is. It certainly
and in
is.
fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our
Someone
country
said he
to
was showing him the
thrive
calls he
and
just
survive
bought.
even. And I gave him credit. I
you're
said, you
funny,
know what? That
man.
took a lot of courage for him
You're
to
funny.
do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I imagine, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court,
Rejection
we think,
coming
tomorrow.
at 3:20. No
Because we need an
confirmation.
early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries
their
use
timing now.
tariffs
Let's go.
on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they signed, they're all happy, everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think
liberal of them all.
Tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs.
Yeah, tell them, President.
If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican
Time is 3:25. There's a rejection coming from 3 to 3:25. I'm not in. I'm just watching.
We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do
No
it.
confirmation
If we
shorting.
had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, a certain number in the House. We'd get. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them.
No confirmation shorting, but they're doing it. Algo range probably about a touch.
Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
No confirmation
We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion. And they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening.
Well,
on a
they
legal
killed everything
basis,
on
they
that.
have no legal
They killed the
basis
puts, they
whatsoever.
killed the cause.
But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
You talked about controlling the sky.
Time is 3:25. They actually killed everything on that.
With Ursula?
No
No,
confirmation
she had an
shorting.
interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you
3:25
asking me about
bouncing.
her?
NATO's concerned about it, I do too, about this.
True, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know? Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India? You had posted.
No, we get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship.
No, confirmations are only on time and cycle confirmations alone.
India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one.
Confirmation short is never about price
therefore
action.
weren't doing much
it is
business
never
with
about
India, but they were doing
indicators.
business
It
with
is
us 'cause we
never
weren't
about
charging
anything
them
other
foolishly.
than
We weren't
time,
charging them.
cycle,
So they would send in massive,
confirmation,
you know, everything they made,
and
they'd
setups.
send it
That's
in,
literally
pour it
it.
into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, you know, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, you know, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. and now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but more traditionally car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada. A lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and
So religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. We'll get somebody else. The problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission.
Damn, Chris said he's up 120%. We got to go look at IWM for our boy.
People. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in
tomorrow,
Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, this.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. The state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country
this might be a confirmation
the best
short.
among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone
all
Arsenal,
puts,
we're proud to house
closed.
everything from
might go higher than 320.
FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs. With 3,000 spinoff. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a comment question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess,
higher
Biden
than
would get
320.
in,
No confirmation shorting, going higher.
He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he
higher,
was a
higher,
Kamala
higher,
person. But he was
not.
hoping, I guess, she'd win. I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. the United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big, and I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did, but we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings
presidential
that
Trump
I
pump.
didn't think were very good get great reviews.
Presidential
and I've seen great buildings
Trump
get bad
pump.
reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here. You know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level, using great architects and all. And you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And you know, even the contractor said, "Sir, we walked down today. We feel like much safer." It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time
I'm going
you
in
build
right
it.
now.
But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. You know, they've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know. But China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal.
Trying to leave the volume.
Do you have any
and go
response?
north.
Well, it was a radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for the response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Man, that 2-minute squeeze.
Thank you guys. Thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you. Let's head out. Let's go now.
Thank you, press. Man. That is it. Time is 3:40 coming, and they're pushing higher off of 3:35. HOD truly trying to break. HOD truly trying to break. Does it do it? Time is 3:40. This is the ultimate test, the ultimate squeeze. Went higher into 335 and 340 is here. 340 is here. God damn. 6405 just lost value so fast. I don't even know if I want to hold it. Time is 340. 345 is here and 350 is coming. Data doing work like crazy. SPX is at 6406 now. Fuck. Man, calls are getting saved into the bell. Holy shit. It went up basically 100% since 320. Time is 340. Cycles are going higher. This is a bullish cycle. HOD is so damn close. Damn, they're really trying to run this shit now. High today. 340. There's 3 checkpoints left. This unbelievable shred on calls and then going up. Like, what? SPX is at 6407. Since 325, the calls went up 100%. That's crazy. That's crazy. HOD trying to break into the end of the day. HOD trying to break into the end of the day. Time is 9:40. Sorry, 3:40. Above POC on QQQ. Above POC and VWAP on SPY. About to break HOD. What a presidential pump. At 245 into 340. Yo, the realest people remember I was calling out, right? They killed the calls, they killed the puts, they killed the calls, and I was like, oh, they're probably gonna kill the puts. But wow, this is absolute killing now. 345 is here. $3.45. $3.45 as well. $3.45, $3.50, $3.55, 4 p.m. That's it. I'm gonna leave in a red candle or two. Not much time. Damn, this shit sucks. I like holding it up into the last couple of minutes. Time is 3:50 in 1 minute. Not much time. Bouncing. Fuck. Another $100 down. Fuck. I gotta leave right now. Time is 3:50. Oh. Time is 3:50. Man, crazy work now. Into close. Barcoding. $350 bounce trying at 347. Damn, absolute evil. Fucking gone. Fuck. HOD being tested. Okay. Damn, all puts being eaten. Fucking rude. Time is 3:50. Volume coming in to do that. HOD actually broke, looks like. Yeah, high today broke. Technically. Not on QQQ, but SPY did. Absolute run. That's how they do it. Man. 640.14. 640.18. 640.18. That's crazy. $4,000 put at 12 p.m. at $48. Holy shit. Wow. I did not book that loss anywhere. 6,412. 350, 355. Market closing. Day looking like this. Market closing at HOD. They double dipped today to get hella more bears. That is crazy wild. A double dip. Oh. Yeah, I think it's about to close like this. Wind direction is north. I can't even draw it. That's wasting money at the end right there. $350 into $355. 4 p.m. close. Man, what a run. That is an actual Trump pump into close now. That's fucking crazy. Oh. Well, a lot of my work just got wasted on that, I'm not gonna lie. I'm still ending the day green, but like a lot of my work just got fucking wasted on that. God damn. In 35 minutes. Flipping the wind direction north. Flip the wind direction north. That was a crazy shit day. Crazy day, I mean. But crazy bull trap, crazy bear trap, and then turn into a crazy bear trap, man. What the f... Going higher into close. Well, that's it, folks. I literally lost $960 at the end, but I'm still ending the day green, but that is so fucked. I just lost a lot of my profit, I'm not gonna lie. I was up massive basically in terms of the bigger picture, and then now I'm up like a little bit. Couple of hundred, but still, that is literally, again, no confirmation shorting, and then they just rip up the puts into close. The wind direction is like this now. Oh well. In terms of the bigger picture, it's still a good day, and it is a great week, and it has been a good month. So, on that note, folks, I think we are ending it. The market is closing in 2 minutes. High today is 355, 357. The wind direction flipped into the end of the day. Wind is something like this now, officially. And it is closing like this. Okay. Wind was south from market open into 12 o'clock, and the wind is north from 12 to 3:55, and the wind is closing in between the two pivot points. At the low of the day and the high of the day. Oh, it's alright, folks. It happens. But have a good day, everybody. Bye bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Market is closing in 53 seconds. Yeah, see you guys. Bye bye.